I respectfully welcome all the dignitaries on the dais and also the participants for the national seminar on effective utilization of forensic science towards ensuring rule of law, providing inclusive justice and enhancing public interest. First of all, I would like to very respectfully invite former Chief Justice of India, Sri Justice U. Lalit, who had kindly consented to be the chief guest to deliver the inaugural address for the first consultation national seminar on forensic sciences.
Yes, yeah, yes, formal welcomes. Yeah, formal welcomes. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Then I would like to inform the audience and also the dignitaries on the dais that Sri Justice M.N. Venkatachalaya, sir, former Chief Justice of India, who had kindly consented to deliver the keynote address, joining us online due to some unavoidable circumstances. Sir has agreed to join us online and he will deliver the keynote address. Thank you, sir, for being there. Then I would like to inform the audience and also the dignitaries on the dais that Sri Justice Arun Mishra, Chairman National Human Rights Commission, is unable to attend this program today due to some health issues. And then we have Sri P.S. Ram Mohan Rao Garu, former Governor Tamil Nadu and DGP AP, to grace this occasion and to give the presidential address. Thank you, sir. I would like to request Sri Justice Ujjwal Bhuyan, sir, Chief Justice of Telangana High Court and Chancellor of Nalsar University of Law, who had kindly consented to give the address, to accept the memento. I would like to very respectfully invite Sri Justice P.V. Reddy, sir, former Judge Supreme Court, former Chairman Law Commission of India and National Judicial Pay Commission, who had kindly consented to address the audience here. Sir, I would like to invite you respectfully and please accept the memento from our side. Honorable Sri Justice Jagannath Rao, sir, former Chairman of Law Commission of India, also has consented to give the address to the audience here. Sir, kindly accept our memento. And thanks for accepting our invitation. Next, I would like to respectfully invite Sri Anjani Kumar Garu, DGP Telangana, for accepting our invitation and gracing this occasion. And I would like to request him to kindly accept the memento. Now, I would like to Dr. KPC Gandhi, founder chairman of Truth Labs, is the man behind this entire program. Sir, I'm very sorry, sir. I would like to respectfully invite Justice G. Bhavani Prasad, sir, former Judge, High Court, Andhra Pradesh, to grace this occasion and kindly accept the memento, sir. I request Professor Krishna Deva Rao, sir, the Vice Chancellor of Nalsar University of Law, to kindly welcome all the dignitaries on the dais.
Honorable Sri Justice M.N. Venkatachalaya, sir, Honorable Sri Justice U. Lalit, former Chief Justices of India, Honorable Sri Justice M. Jagannath Rao, and Honorable Sri Justice P.B. Reddy, former Judges Supreme Court and former Chairman of Law Commission of India, Honorable Sri Justice Ujjal Buyanji, Chief Justice of Telangana High Court and Chancellor, Nalsar Law University, Sri Ram Mohan Rao Garu, former Governor of Tamil Nadu and former DGP of Andhra Pradesh, and Bhavani Prasad Garu, Anjani Kumar, DGP Telangana, Dr. Gandhi, founder Truth Labs and former director, Andhra Pradesh Forensic Science Laboratories, Hyderabad, several distinguished panelists, my colleague, Professor Vijulata Reddy, registrar, guests, invitees, and students. With immense pleasure, I welcome you all to this important national consultation on effective utilization of forensic science, jointly organized by NALSAR and Truth Labs. NALSAR, in collaboration with the Truth Labs, have been offering two important academic programs. One is the Advanced Diploma in Criminal Law and Forensic Science, which I've been offering from the year 2019. And last year, 2021, we started an MA program in Criminal Law and Forensic Science. And this is our partnership, which we started since 2019. And we look forward to continuing this program, which is very important, creating knowledge, skills, and dissemination of forensic science, which is an important tool in the criminal investigation. Truth Labs was established in the year 2007 under the dynamic leadership of Dr. Gandhi Kaja, under the mentorship and guidance of Honorable Mr. Justice M.N. Venkatachalaya ji, former Chief Justice of India. Truth Labs has completed 15 years of public service, and on this occasion, let us reimagine the effective use of forensic science in criminal investigation. As all of us are aware, we generally speak about 4 pillars of criminal justice system. We start with police, prosecution, court, and prison. But I will add 2 important other 2 pillars. The 5th pillar is a legal aid. Fortunately, we have Justice M.N. Venkatachalaya as a former Chief Justice of India, Justice U.U. Lalit as a former Chief Justice of India, and we were just discussing about our Chief Justice, Justice Buyan, was mentioning about the legal defense systems, which we are just virtually, we are starting in the Telangana. And that was the contribution of both Justice M.N. Venkatachalaya and Justice U.U. Lalit. I still remember Justice Venkatachalaya, sir, when he was the chairperson of the National Human Rights Commission, first time he introduced legal aid at the police station. I remember he has given selected law schools, students, under the faculty guidance to visit the police stations and explore the legal aid. So that's the 5th pillar. I will add legal aid. And now it is the right time. We have seen the President of India and Chief Justice of India also in the recent Republic Day occasions have mentioned about the further strengthening the legal aid in the criminal justice system. 6th pillar, which is often neglected, is the forensic science. The 6th pillar is the forensic science. The development in science and technology will enhance the courts in adjudicating the guilt and finding the truth. This is an important step towards doing justice, and justice to the accused and also to the society. The effective utilization of advancement in science and technology will enable the police and investigative agencies to use modern scientific method rather than using the old conventional torture and 3rd-degree methods. That's where we should welcome the institutionalization of forensic science in the criminal investigation in India. The modern day criminal has become more smart and intelligent and using very sophisticated modern techniques to commit crime. The conventional method of investigation and interrogation of offenders will not be successful in the solution, and there's a need to use scientific techniques. I will not go into details, the Criminal Procedure Code, Indian Evidence Act, and what are the amendments which have been made. I would like to just focus on 2 points. The In fact, NALSA was a pioneer in not only in the legal education, but also in the criminal justice, the reimagining the criminal justice system in India. I go back to 20 years back, NALSA, when I was a founding faculty here, we organized DNA fingerprinting discussion. And in fact, the science and technology of DNA fingerprinting emerged from the city of Hyderabad, old CCMB and the CDFD. We have drafted the bill at that time. Wider admissibility and reliability of the DNA fingerprinting. So as I said, Hyderabad as the DNA fingerprinting technology, which emerged from Hyderabad, grown as a national phenomenon. Similarly, Truth Labs has also pioneered as public innovation for widespread use of forensic science. Lastly, I would like to just underscore that technology, which now provides every walk of life, also provides reliable evidence. NALSAR and Truth Labs will jointly work towards in more acceptability, accessibility, and affordability of forensic science for the public use. We wish in future more and more academic training programs we will organize. And with these words, I once again welcome all the distinguished guests on the panel in the inaugural session and the distinguished guests which are after the panel, after the inaugural session, followed by the panel discussion. I warmly welcome once again all of you to this national seminar. Thank you.
The student body of Nalsar University of Law wants to, from their side, they want to welcome all the dignitaries on the dais with bouquets. So I request former Chief Justice, Supreme Court of India, Sri U. Lalit sir, to receive the bouquet from our students. I request Sri P.S. Rammohan Rao Garu, former Governor Tamil Nadu, to receive a bouquet from our students. I request Chief Justice Telangana High Court Sri Ujjwal Bhuyan Garu to receive a bouquet. I request Justice P.V. Reddy sir, former Judge Supreme Court, to receive bouquet from our students. I request Mr. Anjani Kumar, DGP Telangana IPS, to receive a bouquet from our students. I request Justice Jagannath Rao sir to receive a bouquet from our students. I request Honorable Justice Bhavani Prasad Garu to receive a bouquet. I request P.V. Reddy sir to receive a bouquet from our students. So thank you so much, sir, for accepting this floral felicitation. And now I request Sri P.S. Rammohan Rao Garu to kindly preside over the function.
First you have to call me.
Yeah.
Use the cases.
Dr. KPC Gandhi, the founder of the Truth Foundation and Truth Labs, will give his welcome address.
Introduction to Truth Labs.
Sorry, more than a welcome address, it is an introduction to the subject which would be debated today.
Very good morning to everyone. And formally, along with my giant host, I also formally welcome all the dignitaries on the dais, and in fact, all the dignitaries sitting before the dais in the front row who came here as panelists. Formally welcome all of you. We have graced the occasion, and each of the distinguished guests on the dais and before the dais, and of course, many of the others here, have excelled in their professions for a lifelong service. Although a few of them are still in service, lifelong service. I deem it's a privilege for me to have such distinguished gathering of guests at one place, starting with Justice Lalitji. I have special thanks for this, sir. So first of all, I also thank all the distinguished invitees who have come from a long way. Some of them coming from outside also, and all the press members who are here, and not the least, the youngsters who have joined us from Nalsar and other places, and also the most committed people who have been working with us, all the registrar and the professors of Nalsar University who made this function, brought this function to this far. Thank you all once again. The organization of this function is on the eve of successful completion of 15 years of dedicated services through our experiments with truth by Truth Labs, set up in 2007, for a sacred cause of supporting the victims of crime and injustice who approach in search of truth, and for the cause of alleviating their suffering and burden based on bits and pieces of evidence as a proof for examination, and requested us for submitting the reports of Truth Labs as a part of evidence to uphold truth and justice. I especially thank the distinguished guests who took extra effort to come here. Each of them have also have been responsible for upholding truth and justice. I am very happy that from police, from judiciary, and from other sectors, including forensic medicine, they're all here to support, who have supported this. Most of them supported the cause, being the members of Truth Labs Foundation, including Justice Venkatachalai Garu, who is seeing us from a distance. First of all, my namaskar to Justice Venkatachalai Garu, who is not seen here on the screen, but he must be observing all of us there from a distance. Unfortunately, he was the person who has inspired me to have this 15 years conference, only with a specific reason. What we are doing silently for 15 years should be known to other people also, not only for the public, but also for the judiciary, police, prosecution, and other things also, to show that they should know silently what is being done by an organization who is dedicated and sacrificing towards the cause. And the national seminar, the occasion is to understand how the victims of crime and injustice could be helped and supported by searching the truth sincerely, honestly, and heartfully, which is the root, which is the unique point for Truth Labs, towards upholding rule of law, facilitating delivery of justice, and restoring public faith and confidence in the governance system. When I am saying this, I am very conscious of saying that 24,000 cases were examined. Out of that, 25% are referred by the courts, including high courts, 6 high courts, and hundreds of sessions courts and subordinate courts. And again, 15% of the cases are referred by all these police agencies, including CBI, NIA, SSB, and CISF, and other organizations, CRPF, and all that. And also state police of at least 8 to 10 states, and the CAD, Anti-Corruption Bureau, Lokaयुक्त, and all the people also. So we have done a lot of work for them also. And about 35% are from the public across the country. So that's why we have Thank you, sir. I saw you, sir. Venkatachalai garu. Thank you, sir. And he is inspiration behind all my work for the last 15 years. Thank you, sir. Now, then restoring public faith and confidence. Uh, and on the governance system, the confidence is entirely to the governance system of the great nation for resurrecting dharma, the society in a humble and modest way through the experiments with truth, truly in the laboratory, following the inspiration of Mahatma Gandhi, whose 75th martyrdom day we celebrated 5 days ago, and around which time I was born and named after the noble soul who visited our ancestral home 20 years before his death in 1928. Having said so, the inspiration for me to have this thought of establishing this truly experimental idea of truth labs was coming from noble people. Some of them are who are sitting here, who has started, who gave us inspiration. Mr. P.S. Ramohan Rao Garu, who has started to who have put me in the police academy when I was in USA, and Mr. Ranjanay Reddy, who has brought me back, and together we have worked for 5 years in the academy, and also people like Venkatachalai Garu and Jagannatha Garu, who have been solidly behind us in pursuing the matter this far. And so there are many other people who met during my lifetime. And 3 years after 37 years of dedicated service, this was started only with my urge and pride for nation, passion for profession, and compassion for people. Out of volition and preference for serving the people directly and the nation indirectly through two organizations, Crime Stoppers and Truth Labs. So this, I didn't take 1 day leave also. Second Friday I retired, and next Monday I started the Crime Stoppers. May I have the presentation, please? And before the presentation comes live, I want to say that, like, you go to the Super Bazaar or malls, in all the 6 offices of Truth Labs, people will come and sit in the entrance hall in rows to seek justice. This is perhaps a unique in the world, where directly people come and sit in the rows to seek justice. On an average, we receive 20 to 30 clients every day across the country to seek justice. Out of them, 10 or 12 people, some of them take advice, some of them are counseling, some of them register the cases. And because of this, we are able to have that inspiration to continue to, in spite of difficulties we had for just 10 years, in breaking it even. Now, the first, yes. So, on all our brochures and calendars every year, there's Mahatma Gandhi's photo, even this year also. And of course, this is not this year's, this is next one, please. Yes. Justice Jagannatha Rao Garu, who is also my mentor, along with Justice Venkatachalai Garu, look, in Hyderabad. He was with us on the Crime Stoppers Foundation Day, along with Justice G.S. Sanghvi, the then Chief Justice of Andhra Pradesh. Incidentally, although time is a little later, I want to tell his own words verbatim. Justice G.S. Sanghvi said, I do not know why these Crime Stoppers, first concept in India, to be brought from our 24 countries where it was successful. And the concept of Truth Labs is started by Dr. Gandhi and supported by many other stalwarts. But just truth is a casualty in this country. And how far you will be able to succeed in making Crime Stoppers and Truth Labs successful, I'm leaving it to him. I bless him. That's what he said. But true to what he said, partly, that's what they said, for 100 years, the crime stoppers, which have inspired the confidence of common people to give lot of data about the crimes or untoward things. They have poured information which was communicated to the police, government, anti-corruption bureaus, and other agencies of the government also. The first 100 years, it was converted to action seriously. But later on, we started getting big bats when the action was not converted, and when they went on calling us day by day and hour by hour, we thought that's not the right thing to do, continue at this stage in this country. And then we started Truth Labs immediately after having, yes, this is Crime Stoppers. 10 countries, heads of police, and in other countries, Crime Stoppers also is headed by intelligence department of the police also. We have seen Justice Marimat also was sitting there in that, and UNODC chief, and Scotland had chief of intelligence also was here. Yeah. And these are all the different countries, chief of US, Australia, Netherlands, UK, and other countries. Next one. And this Venkatachalaya has released the 100 days from this booklet, 100 days success of the Crime Stoppers booklet. And that time the Crime Stoppers was doing very good. And later on, we have taken it to next one. We have started a seminar on the national seminar on need for independent forensic lab in India. Unanimously, all the people, judges, police officers, and the common people, advocates, and all that, they said that there's a need. That's why we started this. And on October 21st, 2007, we inaugurated this. It was inaugurated by the then Home Minister and the then the Law Commission of India chairman by the time, and also the former DGP in the presence of the then governor. But ironically, we have to do and give a report against him on a later date. So Truth Labs has given the report. Next one. And then Crime Stoppers was taken to Karnataka, which is Santosh Secretary there. Next one, please. And Venkatachala, sir. And later, we have had the next inauguration at Delhi, where our mentors, Venkatachala Garu and this is AP Shah, along with this other senior people from Information Commission and Attorney General, and also the information, the journal and others also were present. Next one, please. And later we had an inauguration at Chennai, where Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam has kindly graced us. Although I said ours is a small initial experiment, he graced us along with Mr. Raghavan, Jagannath Rao Garu, and Anjana Kumar, and in the presence of Justice Iqbal, the then Chief Justice of Madras High Court. Next one, please. And next one. Next one is 10-year celebrations we have celebrated at Delhi and Bangalore. Next one, please. Next one, please. So we are now standing for, Truth Labs is now standing for truthful report, trustworthy report, transparent reports, affordable, accessible, and accountable, and fair and equitable and dependable report. That's why there are some cases, some courts which are sending cases, in spite of the fact they have wanted to send it to state official, central official, they are sending to Truth Labs because by choice. Next one, please. And all the justice for all. They are now legally admissible, prompt reports, ISO 9001 2050 certified, 72 certified accredited, and the strength of this is retired honorably and honestly. Those directors of forensic labs of former CFS, FSLs are now heading our labs. Professional certified and citizen-centric services with a proven track record of 15 years. And almost 7,500 cases, expert testimony was already given. Next one, please. In the next respective courts, tribunals, and including court martials. Next one, please. This is nationwide presence. Now it's nationwide presence. No. Now the importance is next one. We have a nationwide presence coming from 25 states. People are coming to us. Prestigious clients. I will give the list quickly. credible management, comprehensive services, training and academic initiative. Academic initiatives with Nalsar, University of Hyderabad, Banaras Hindu University, and Maharashtra National University, Ahmedabad, and a few are in line. State-of-the-art technologies, robust institutional framework, and satisfied clients across the globe. Many countries also taking services from us. At least 30 countries, people who want visa, verification of fingerprint impressions and visa, they come to us from 30 different countries. And US Embassy and few embassies have declared Truth Labs as an agency which is dependable for taking all the fingerprint impressions. We want to supplement, strengthen, support existing systems of forensic science, extending highly dependable, legally addressed forensic reports. MOUs have been signed by government of Delhi for clearing all their pending cases. MOUs have signed with the government of Haryana for clearing all their pending cases, and cases have been cleared. Cases pending for 15 years have been cleared. As advised to the government of West Bengal and Jammu and Kashmir and Delhi, I could ensure that within 1 year, the backlog is totally cleared. That's why I have taken advice of the post and I have now resigned the post also. Now, circulars and standing orders were issued by DGP Karnataka, Commissioner of Police Delhi, Calcutta, and all that to take services from Truth Labs. And high courts of Andhra Pradesh and other high courts have given orders to take services from Truth Labs. Next one, please. Central Vigilance Commission, High Court, Indian Banking Association, public sector insurance companies, law firms, banks, several state and central government agencies, and Truth Labs is an institutional facility with infrastructure. Since my time is up, I am running 20 minutes, 10 minutes behind time. I want to skip this entire thing by just clicking and then taking only one line. We have all 10 important sections from question documents to what is not available in forensic laboratories in India today. Forensic accounting. We have our expert here. Forensic linguistics and forensic medical legal examination. Our Justice Mr. Narayan Reddy is here. Narayan Reddy is here. We are taking so many cases where justice was not done, and our reports have reversed the cases and kept. So starting with Guwahati High Court, where the homicide was converted into suicide, and we said it cannot be suicide. Likewise, several cases Narayan Reddy has reversed it. And failure analysis, incident investigations, we have done more than 2,500 investigations. And on average, 12 cases for investigation, either banks or financial institutions or insurance companies. Most of them are public sector. And I can say more than 7,500 crores of public money has been saved by averting frauds in all these public companies. And our cases referred are given here in terms of the numbers. Next one. Question documents. Of course, I don't want to go because I'm running out of next one. Next one. Yeah. The countries who have taken services are USA, UK, Europe, Australia, New Zealand, and all that. Canada, Switzerland, Uganda, and South Africa and Singapore. Next one, please. Next one, please. DNA fingerprinting, cyber forensics, audio video forensics, polygraph lie detector, physical and biochemical testing, medical legal services, then forensic linguistics, forensic value analysis. Next one. Next one, please. Claims we have solved. Next one, please. Select time to science profile. For example, judiciary, high courts of Delhi, Mumbai, Kolkata, Madras, Karnataka, and Andhra Pradesh. Sessions courts of almost 18 states. Special CBI court, Karnataka, Lokayukta, Debt Security Tribunal, and all this. Next, industrial court, family court, district courts, Supreme Court, Malaysia, Metropolitan Court, London. Next one, please. Next one, CBI, NIA. Next, yes, go back. And all the state policies. Next one. Go. CRPF. Yeah, next one. Banks, all the nationalized banks. Next one, please. And almost all the private banks. Next one, please. And some of the foreign banks and financial institutions, from SEBI to SIDBI to National Security Deposits to Standard Chartered Securities to Capital Bazaars, all the people have taken services. Next one, please. Lot of companies and insurance companies. 30 insurance companies take services from us. Next one, please. Including LIC India and general insurance companies. Next one, please. and central and state government departments, from airports authority to aircraft aircraft, Competition Commission of India, Commissioner of Customs, CGST, Central Commissioner, Center for Cultural Resources, and CAPAR, Ministry of Rural Development, and so many other departments like Department of Revenue, Department of Commercial Tax, Income Tax, GST Intelligence, Development Authority, DRDL, Delhi Rail, and Employees Provident Organization. They're all small fraud cases. Next one, please. Hindustan Aeronautics. List is more. I just skipping. Accountant General. Next one, please. Next one, please. Corporates. Microsoft, KPMG, Deloitte, Dell, GlaxoSmithKline, Levi's, Sri Lanka Airlines, Colgate Palmolive, Johnson Matthey, Volvo Group, Henderson, London Offshore Consultant. Again, the list is more than 120. I'm just skipping it. Tata Steel, Star India, Brazil, RSWM, MRF, Toyota Kirloskar, Suzlon, Modi Group. When the Volvo 2 bus accidents happened, Volvo has directly contacted us. Both bus files were undertaken by us. Although we have given that road engineering is defective, it was not touched upon. The public is not shown up, but that was the report we have given. Next one, please. Larsen and Toubro, Ready Labs. So many. Next one, please. I'm just skipping. Law firms, including foreign law firms. Next one, please. Next one, please. Next one. Hospitals. More than 30 hospitals, but especially when the organ transplantations are now being misused. So they are taking services from us for DNA. Next one, please. And a lot of frauds in examinations. Thank God, we are tied up with only best universities and lot of universities. I don't want to name some of them. Just some that in the list, please ignore. And individuals from more than 20 states. Next one, please. Truth Labs. I don't want to say all this. I think whatever I said has been understood by everyone. But I must say, truth untold. Presidential election signature dispute. Someone has come against the president-elect. I said we cannot do this report. He argued. One of the well-known lawyer, advocate in the country, and we said we cannot give. He said that Truth Labs should give truth. I will speak to Venkatachalaya. I will speak to Justice Jagannath Rao. How we are not giving it? I said larger interests of the country and the nation is what makes us feel. Some truths should not be told. And similarly, international known spiritual head homicide. This also we decided not to publicize, but we were trying to settle this with them. Now it's ongoing case that's going on. And animal fat mixed with ghee of the religious institutions. This also we decided we don't want to put the sentiments. And religious world-renowned priest involvement in a murder. So this also we just stopped it. Next one, please. Like that, we have some duties which are not able to do completely well. Next one. Cabinet Secretary takes cases from us confidentially, and in some of the cases where national security is involved. And I don't want to go into this. By this time, I think all of you have understood. I just want to skip some of these things and go directly to the. I'm just now made up 15 minutes. Next one, case studies. Just I think those of you who are able to see, just see that and I don't want to. I don't have time. I don't want to delay the entire. Next one. 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 Training initiatives. Training initiatives are something great. Starting with University of Hyderabad. The then DCBBRND himself was there at the occasion, and the vice chancellor at that time, and the professor from California University was called, was expert in polygraph. Next one, please. And another seminar in collaboration with University of Hyderabad at Hyderabad, and then at Guntur also. Next one, please, for advocates, Nagarjuna University. Next one, Microsoft number of workshops for cyber security and cyber crime investigations. Next one, please. We've done a lot of cases for Microsoft where a lot of frauds are going on of sending, setting up a call center and sending calls from India to various countries. Even US government has called me to represent India to say how it can be averted. Yeah, academy. So this training in almost 10-15 academies, including National Police Academy and National Justice Academy. Next one, please. And SBI. Next one, please. Next one, please. And Nalsar itself. Next one, please. 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 And we have done Maharashtra Judicial Academy. We had a training of 400 people, including forensic scientists, police, prosecutors, and the judiciary. And next one, please. Next one, please. Next one, please. Yeah, next, Indian Bank, just before that. Indian Banking Association, Reserve Bank of India, okay, National Judicial Academy, National Crime Records Bureau, National Institute of Criminology for Forensic Sciences. Next one, please. I think we'll want to skip it now. Academies, many academies. Next one, please. Next one, please. Next one, please. Next one. Next one, please. Next one, please. Next one, please. And former Chief Justice Rajya Dave was responsible for initiating the course at University of Hyderabad. Next one, please. Next one, please. Research initiatives. We have done a piracy and counterfeiting in India, software, how it is happening for Microsoft. And we found that more than 60% of the people in India, including government departments and security departments also, are using pirated software. We gave a report, and from there, and it has helped them and helped the country to receive revise the rates of software in India in 2018-19. It's all on account of our report. And with this, I am skipping many of the points I have brought. And thank you very much for patient listening. I could save 5 minutes of the total time, skipping 100 of my slides. Thank you.
I request Justice Venkatachalaya to deliver his keynote address.
Honorable Justice Lalit, Shri Ram Mohan Rao, Justice Jagannath Rao, Justice P.V. Reddy, Justice Ujjal Bhayan, Shri Anjani Kumar, Vice Chancellor Krishna Dev Rao, and eminent panelists, ladies and gentlemen. I am deeply sensible at the honor of this invitation to me to be a part of this seminar. The significance of the participation of a reputed law university highlights the increasing awareness and importance of forensic sciences in the administration of justice. The occasion also provides me with the opportunity of expressing my deep admiration for Dr. Gandhi, the founder of Truth Labs, whose illustrious career in and contribution to the promotion of science and technology in the administration of justice is immense and unique. Dr. Gandhi's expertise and professional competence in forensic sciences is matched only by his great patriotism and a deep and abiding concern for the justice in society and the happiness of his fellow men, and their assurance that they live under the protection of an adequate legal system. Everything that he has done is purely for the promotion of human welfare, with the advancement of science and technology in the administration of justice. Personal gain in any form has been wholly outside his patriotic spirit, and I consider myself fortunate that I had occasion to know a person of his transparent, creative mind, which has always thought good of the society. I am conscious that this is high praise. Dr. Gandhi deserves every word of it. May the Almighty grant him the strength to pursue the idealist view that he has chosen to adopt in the pursuit and application of science and technology in the most important area of administration of justice. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a dramatic preponderance of the power of the state over the individual in the investigation and punishment of crimes. But the methods of investigation and punishment of crimes have still been archaic. A famous defense lawyer in America, Clarence Darrow, lamented that the methods of the criminal courts are 100 years old, and their conceptions are 1,000 years older than that. The whole material world, he said, has been made over, but the law and its administration have stood defying time and all the intellectual changes of our day and age. At one point of time, English criminal justice acquired notoriety for its Black Act of 1723, called the Bloody Code, for the capital punishment for offences even like poaching and theft. That capital punishment, imagine, for offences like poaching and theft. The debate on the abolition of death penalty is in itself a reflection, though partial, of the public mood about the notorious case of miscarriage of justice. In 1965, in UK, the Labour Member of Parliament, Sidney Silverman, proposed a private member's bill on the abolition of death penalty. There was a free vote on the bill. A free vote is a consensus vote. The bill was passed by 200 votes to 98 in the House of Commons. The House of Lords adopted it by 204 votes to 104. The Murder Abolition of Death Penalty Act suspended the death penalty in England, Wales, and Scotland for all crimes except for certain chosen exceptions for a period of 5 years. In December 1969, that time limit was removed. In 1973, death penalty was abolished in Northern Ireland. The creation of the Court of Criminal Appeal in England over 100 years ago, and the creation recently of the Criminal Justice Review Board are reflections of persisting cynicism about the infallibility of the justice system. Then again, English history is replete with accounts of long and continued struggle between the House of Commons and the House of Lords for the territorial expansion of the jurisdiction of the courts to interfere with questionable acts of executive illegal detention of the subject. The habeas corpus jurisdiction in the jurisprudence of the English-speaking world has a 500 years of history. Power exaggerates every human weakness. Expansion of the legal horizons of individual dignity is an inevitable concomitant of the democratic urge and a part of the liberal story, and the reconciliation of an abstract individualism and the concrete social individuality of human beings operating within a conflictual society is the remit of the profound theme. That is the biggest theme today. International benchmarking of Indian justice administration system in the use of forensic sciences presents the usual picture. The mark of developed countries is the speed with which scientific research in the laboratories gets transformed into viable technology, penetrating into the factory and to the market with electronic speed. Forensic science laboratories in the US are at least 10 times the number of the Indian counterparts. For 1/3 of the population, there is 5 to 10 times higher. The number of forensic scientists per million population in India, there's no comparison to that in the West. Recourse to forensic science in investigation is yet to attain its full potential. In such a situation, the Truth Lab has broken new ground. It has dealt with nearly 25,000 cases. There is increasing awareness of the criminal justice system of the importance. There is increasing awareness in the criminal justice system of the importance of scientific evidence. Disputed documents, disputed identifications of persons can depend for their resolution on scientific means. Indeed, the largest single category cases before the Truth Lab was about questioned documents. At some point of time, one is compelled to introspect as to what kind of civilization we are moving into. The dramatic picture of the universe and of our place in it reveals that great revelations of science will influence the way we think and may hope to live. As somebody said, no army can stop an idea whose time has come. In the ultimate analysis, the picture of the future of mankind on this planet is clear. That is, it is uncertain and unclear. We often feel pessimistic about our own future because man does not seem to know what is good for himself. The purpose of all social organization is to assure everyone, each one, that he lives under the protection of an adequate system and that each one, everyone is assured of the highest opportunity of attaining his best self. Criminal justice system, in a non-trivial sense, reflects the level of peace and state of restlessness, peace or the state of restlessness in society. It is a reflection of a system. The cause is elsewhere. It is therefore the right time to think or rethink the theme, what we owe each other. An unequal society lives under the constant dread of an impending disaster. That is the real and the broader picture. The people of wisdom and charity of heart, the people of wisdom and great charity of heart assembled here will show the way how we may hope to live in future in a mutually enriching life with a sense of security for all. This seminar has that broad remit. Dr. Gandhi has tried with great honesty and a sense of social purpose to promote truth and justice. As Anatole France once said, truth has a shining beauty of its own, denied to deceit and falsehood alike. Dr. Gandhi, to borrow the words of Jonathan Swift, has grown two blades of grass where one grew and deserves the better of mankind. This seminar is not only about Truth Lab, but truth in the larger sense. At the end, I once again convey my obeisance to all the eminent personalities assembled here and wish the seminar a great success. Thank you very much. I'm within my time.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Mr. Venkatachalai, sir. Mr. Venkatachalai, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for inviting me. Thank you, sir.
To save time, I would dispense with the salutations, which are normal for functions like this. I'm here by accident. And it reminds me of something that independent India's first Prime Minister wrote in his autobiography long years ago, when he was elected as the president of the Indian National Congress for the Lahore session held in December 1929. To put it shortly, he said, I didn't come to the presidency through the front door, nor did I come to it through the back door. And I came to the presidency of the Indian National Congress through the trap door. So, in a manner of speaking, that is how I have come to this function, through the trap door. So, Justice Arun Mishra's absence has facilitated my presence at this meeting. Now, way back in 1956, when I entered the Indian Police Service and went to Mount Abu for training at the Central Police Training College, we used to have subjects on forensic medicine and forensic science as part of our curriculum to become police officers. And all that we learned was a bit of forensic medicine on how to distinguish or differentiate a suicide from a homicide, when suicide by hanging could also be homicides, and fingerprints to identify criminals, examination of documents from a legal standpoint of view, and a few things like that. But over the last six decades and more, forensic science has made such tremendous strides by leaps and bounds that we have today forensic science on a par with other sciences like the physical science, the atomic science, and what have you, with DNA profiling being a major part of forensic science. Now, I don't want to spend much time with my remarks to make a few observations on some of the paradoxes of the Indian situation. Now, you go to the Palam airport in Delhi, or you get off a jumbo jet in the Palam airport in Delhi and come out of the gates of the airport, you will find a small colony there, which has now been walled up. In the 80s and 90s, it used to be an open colony where you would find bullock carts going along the roads. So India is a country of such great diversities that within a distance of a couple of hundreds of yards, you can see a jumbo jet and also a bullock cart of the previous century. In the same manner, we have forensic science today doing DNA profiling, genetic applications to investigation of crime and things like that. And also we have a situation where we can't preserve the scene of crime on a road or in a village. And peculiarly, very many other factors intervene in creating this situation. Now, we have not yet learned how to handle motor accidents on the highways, but we are now having highways with 6 lanes on either side. Yet, we don't know how to handle motor accidents, with the result that the removal of the vehicles involved in the accident is more important than preserving the scene of crime. That's the kind of situation that we are in. On the other hand, India is not behind any advanced country, though we are called an emerging country. We are not behind any advanced country in respect of the complexity of crimes, which are becoming more and more diabolic by the day. And there arises the need for more and more of forensic science in the investigation of crimes. In this context, though we have a large number of government laboratories, forensic science laboratories and forensic science institutions, as Justice Venkatachalaya said, we are far behind the needs of the hour. And that's where private institutions like Truth Labs come into the picture. And here I would go on to a little personal note. Gandhi, who started this Truth Labs, has been known to me for more than 50 years. In fact, it was I who ushered him into forensic science as an assistant director in the Central Forensic Science Laboratory, Hyderabad. And he has come a long way from there. And I have no hesitation in saying, perhaps he is the best forensic science expert that we have in the country today. And starting the Truth Labs, that was also, I think, 2007, wasn't it? 2007. He also consulted me. And it was a very bold step that he had taken, because in India, society and the government are generally accustomed to the idea of government institutions and not private institutions to deal with the different aspects of crime. That foreign governments, foreign universities, and a whole array of official and unofficial organizations in India come to Truth Labs for forensic advice today is indeed an eloquent testimony to the strides that the Truth Labs has made and is likely to make in the future. With these remarks, I congratulate Gandhi for this particular seminar, for initiating this seminar on how forensic science can be adopted to future situations in the country. In this context, I would just make one remark before I conclude. We have an adversarial criminal justice system in this country. If by any chance or by accident, France or Holland had substituted England, Great Britain, to rule India in the last 200 years, we could have had probably an inquisitorial system of justice. So there is no great sanctity for the adversarial system of justice. It could be equally inquisitorial system of justice. And this inquisitorial justice of system, which we have adopted from Britain, depends on proof of guilt beyond the shadow of all doubt of an ordinary human being. It doesn't, it kind of balances the story of the prosecution and the story of the defense and makes a decision. Chief Justice Lalit is a great expert in criminal law. That's why I'm posing this question. Now, I think it was in 2003 or 2002 that the then government of India constituted a committee headed by Justice Malimat to go into the criminal justice reforms. And I also had the opportunity to interact with this committee, not personally, but in writing. And I had advocated at that time a via media or a hybrid of the inquisitorial and the adversarial systems of justice, in the sense that once the prima facie case is made out for the prosecution, we should move from the adversarial to the inquisitorial in order to search the truth and not for proof of guilt. For in my opinion, if criminal justice system in India has to sort of evolve and really deliver justice to the victim, I think we should shift from proof of guilt to the quest for truth. With these few remarks, I now request Chief Justice, former Chief Justice U.V. Lalit to deliver his address.
all the dignitaries on and off the dais, all the faculty members of this university, and the students who are present here. It's one of the rare occasions where, before accepting this invitation, I never thought that there would be an enterprise in private sector which will be going into what is called forensic medicine or forensic science. Forensic science is normally considered to be preserved in the public sector because it requires tremendous amount of expenditure. The returns from that expenditure are not so comfortable, which essentially means that the state keeps on pumping money into that venture. We had a public interest litigation before us, which was in the nature of seeking relief that there must be forensic science laboratory at every district level. Now, that's too adventurous, every district. Because I still recollect when I started my life as a lawyer, in those days, in case there would be any problem relating to DNA photoprinting and DNA analysis, the only institution worth the name where one could rely upon was CCMB Hyderabad. There have been attempts to augment the resources on that front, but to have at every district, perhaps I think ideal situation, yes, but whether the finances, the infrastructure, whether the kind of money that we need to pump in, whether it will permit us or not, is a different issue. But the requirement is certainly sort of projected through that public interest litigation. And that is precisely why according to me, Dr. Gandhi and his team need to be congratulated that if they have completed 15 years of forensic science in private sector, and in the process, they have come out with 6 labs, starting with Hyderabad and the last being at Kolkata. It's a commendable job. We say that Supreme Court stands, the emblem of Supreme Court is Yato Dharmas Tato Jayaha. So whatever is right shall prevail. And that's perhaps is an indication to what fell from my previous speaker, that the pursuit of truth should be the ideal rather than having an adversarial system of presentation before the court. There have been a number of cases where the courts have disregarded everything else and have taken the mantle on its own to embark upon what is called pursuit of truth. And that's precisely why I like that particular expression, Mahatma Gandhi looking into the microscope. We normally say that witnesses are eyes and ears, with the help of which the court is able to assess and come to the truth or unravel the truth. But to be having that microscope, you are even testing that whether those witnesses are right in their observation or not. So it's a very symbolically very important image. Why do I say so? On an average, in this country, 80% of the prison population are under trials. And the conviction rate in this country is never more than 30%. So if you just translate and put this equation so far as those 80 who are under trial, what it means is 56 out of those 80 are finally going to get acquitted. logically, they have no reason to be imprisoned. But our system, which we have followed, is of such level that we first imprison persons and then try to go to the rigmarole of the trial. Perhaps if the scientific material or evidence is available at the first level itself or at the initial stage, then many of these persons, out of those 56 who are finally going to get acquitted, perhaps will be able to reduce that number. And that's the importance of scientific evidence in the matter. I'll just give you one example, which is a reported judgment. The husband and wife, they were doctors, practicing doctors, working in the same hospital. And within 2 years of their marriage, the lady died in suspicious circumstances. The father of the girl initiated what is normally called 498A, 304B, 306 kind of proceedings. The husband was arrested for a while. He kept agitating that because we are doctors working in a hospital, so immediately after the death of my wife, she was subjected to post-mortem by a body of 6 doctors. But again, the jurisprudence or the idea, ethos that we have embraced, that the prosecution documents are the only documents which must be looked into at the level when the charges are framed. And that post-mortem report was never placed on record at any juncture. After the charges were framed, the post-mortem indicated that there was a hole in the heart of this lady. And she died as a result of that medical ailment. Now, this is where we drive people to such levels that they are unfortunately arrested first, slapped with some kind of charges, and they are then asked to defend themselves in the manner of speaking, in the typical rigmarole of trial. It is at this level that the importance of forensic medicine or forensic science is very crucial. I still recollect there was one case where there was business rivalry and a person sent a letter bomb to the other party. And he had used a typewriter to camouflage everything so that the address on the envelope, the address on the letter, was done on a typewriter. It's a reported case again from the Supreme Court. And the typical letters which the manual typewriter in those days, that is early 70s, used to have an imprint. It used to jump a bit on certain letters. That kind of imprint by the typewriter was taken note of by the court as a corroboration to say that this must have emanated from the person who addressed the letter and who was the accused. Because his typewriter was apprehended, that was taken into custody. The letters were then sort of compared. This is the importance of forensic medicine. Forensic medicine will always afford you a scientific method to assess, to unravel the truth. And if the pursuit of truth, that is yato dharmas tato jayaha, is supposed to be the charter with which all the courts in this country must be guided, then at every juncture, at every possible level, without wasting any time, energy, and money, the courts must embark upon this exercise of unraveling the truth at the earliest level. 6 labs by a private entity in a matter of 15 years. I don't know whether there is any other private entity which is doing this kind of yeoman service. Normally, it is the preserve of these public sector undertakings. But if a private entity is sharing this burden and doing great job in this particular field, then they require, they call, in fact, they demand to be congratulated at every stage. Every one of us knows the importance of forensic medicine. On civil side, perhaps if there be any kind of forensic auditing, that's one area or exercise which is normally undertaken to see whether there has been monetary fraudulent transactions or not, whether the money has been siphoned or not. But mostly on criminal side, we have something like fingerprint, we have something like DNA photo print, we have signature experts, handwriting experts, we have what is called the blood samples, the body fluids, especially in 376 and all other kind of offenses. These issues of scientific exploration, when it comes to unraveling the truth in investigation, have now been accepted as a norm. And that's precisely why under CRPC, we have so many amendments, which in fact call upon that in case there is an accused who is charged of 376, he must be subjected to certain medical tests every now and then. Why? Because the idea is that the science may not lie, circumstances may not lie, at times the witnesses may. And that's exactly why this image of Mahatma Gandhi looking into the microscope is a very, very crucial one. Let us say that this forensic medicine shall be given the position of preeminence in all our scientific investigations. Thank you so much. Thank you.
I now request Justice Ujjal Bhuyan to make his remarks.
Honorable Justice Aman Venkatachalaya, former Chief Justice of India, Honorable Justice U. Lalit, former Chief Justice of India, Mr. P.S. Ram Mohan Rao, former Governor of Tamil Nadu, Justice Jagannath Rao, former Judge, Supreme Court of India and former Chairman, Law Commission of India, Justice P.V. Reddy, former Judge, Supreme Court of India, former Chairman, Law Commission of India, Justice Raghuram, Justice Bhavani Prasad, Dr. Gandhi, and Vice Chancellor of NALSA, Professor Sri Krishna Deva Rao. Distinguished panelists, students, ladies and gentlemen, after the erudite's presentation of Justice Venkatachalaya, Justice Lalit, and Mr. Ram Mohan Rao, I don't think I'm in a position to add anything more substantive to what they have said. But I take this opportunity to congratulate Truth Foundation, Truth Labs, and NALSA for organizing this seminar. on completion of 15 years of service to the nation by Truth Lab. The subject of the national seminar, which we'll shortly have, is effective utilization of forensic science towards ensuring rule of law, providing inclusive justice, and enhancing public trust. All three are different concepts, but all three are interlinked, intertwined. Forensic science or forensic jurisprudence, as we may put it, is essential, or rather it is an inseparable part of our justice system, more particularly the criminal justice system. It helps the investigation, the prosecution and the defense alike, and ultimately the court to find out the truth. The subject of today's seminar therefore assumes great significance. Forensic science must be utilized to the optimum to ensure that the rule of law prevails. Rule of law, as we all know, is a basic feature of our Constitution. There cannot be any rule of law in the absence of inclusive justice. Justice must not be elusive. All justice seekers must have full faith and belief that they will get justice and that justice will not bypass them. Therefore, access to justice is very, very important. Additionally, enhancing public trust in our justice delivery system, it goes without saying, is essential for ensuring and upholding rule of law. Justice must not only be done, but must be seen to be done. Enhancing public trust is the sine qua non for providing inclusive justice, which in turn is essential for upholding rule of law. All three are therefore intrinsically interlinked. It is in this context that independent forensic science laboratory like the Truth Labs assumes critical importance. I have a prepared text, but I don't think I need to go through that. We all know our criminal justice system is bursting at the seams. There are thousands and thousands of cases which are at different stages. In many cases, charges have not been filed. Charges have not been filed because the forensic report is awaited. Forensic report is awaited because the concerned scientist is not available in the forensic science laboratory. Therefore, it is very essential that we need to have laboratories like the Truth Labs to augment the system. We cannot purely only depend on the state forensic science laboratories or the central forensic science laboratories. As we have been told, Truth Lab, an affiliate of Truth Foundation, is a society under the Andhra Pradesh Societies Registration Act, and it is the first and only independent full-fledged forensic science laboratory. It has completed 15 years of service to the nation. Forensic scientists play a pivotal role in criminal trial by acting in the capacity of expert witnesses and thereby providing vital impetus to criminal trials. Expert witnesses not only testifies the findings, but also renders opinions based upon results derived from the analysis of evidence that was collected from the crime scene. In this regard, it may be noted that DNA profiling, an emerging form of forensic investigation technique, is gaining widespread acceptance and recognition in courts. I need not tell you the cases in this regard. Sushil Sharma versus State of Delhi, that famous Tandoor murder case. It's a classic example where DNA profiling helped the prosecution to nab the accused and who had to suffer the sentence, conviction and sentence. There's another very important case, which while trying to go through, I found it's a case from Kerala, state of Kerala versus Suraj Kumar, popularly known as Uttara murder case. The district judge of Kollam convicted the accused of murder of his wife and sentenced the accused to undergo imprisonment for life imprisonment based on forensic science. In this case, there were snake bite marks on the dead body of the deceased wife. The police and the prosecution had used forensic science effectively in analyzing the behavior pattern of snakes in identifying actual cause of murder of Uttara, the deceased by her husband. Through use of forensic science, it was found that Suraj, the husband, had trained a snake over a period of time in order to kill his wife and to make the death look like a very natural death out of snake bite. Statistics reveal that there are 4 categories of crimes which are major crimes in the world, and they assume transnational character. And it did not necessarily be in that order. Illegal arms trade is one, narcotics and drugs is one, human trafficking is one, and wildlife crimes is one. Wildlife crime, there also forensic science is very, very important and pivotal. The poaching of wild animals, poaching of a rhino for its the horn, poaching of tigers for its skin or the bones. These are rampant and this has got transnational character. Forensic science is very, very important. I think in Ranthambore Tiger Reserve, they had used forensic science, the laboratory in Gujarat, to nab the group of poachers. As a result, the poaching of tigers has considerably gone down. Similarly, I'm told the Chief Minister of Assam has also disclosed that last year there was not a single case of rhino poaching, because rhino poaching is a very, very important, very, very serious offense there. About more than 200-300 rhinos are killed for their horns, which are sold in the international market for various medicinal qualities that they claim to possess. So therefore, it is not necessary to go on. There cannot be criminal investigation or justice without forensic science. Evidence collection forms the building block of the investigative process, and for the final product to be built properly, evidence must be recognized, collected, documented, protected, validated, analyzed, disclosed, and presented in a manner which is acceptable to the court. Just as a puzzle is incomplete without a missing piece, criminal investigations are incomplete without forensic science. In order to establish or ascertain the facts admissible in the court of law, a holistic analysis of the evidence collected is accomplished with the help of forensic science. Justice is rudimentary for humanity, and forensic science plays a pivotal role in securing just and fair outcomes. I'm sure the seminar will achieve the objective for which it is being organized. It will be successful, and my best wishes to the organizers. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Justice Jagannath Rao to make his remarks.
Why don't you sit and do it?
Why don't you sit and do it?
అడిగాను already.
Respected Justice, Chief Justice Lalit, Honorable Chief Justice of the Telangana High Court, Vice Chancellor, Dr. Gandhi, Mohan Rao garu, and others. And I would like to speak for a few minutes. First, I would speak about a little about Nalsar University. When I was transferred from Kerala High Court to Delhi High Court in 1994, as Chief Justice of Delhi High Court, Justice Venkatacharya was the Chief Justice of India. He appointed a committee called Justice Ahmadi Committee on Legal Education. Myself and Justice Kirpal were members. We recommended that universities like the Bangalore University should be established in every state. Our report was accepted by Justice Venkatacharya and communicated to all the states and high courts. Thereafter, Nalsar was established along with number of other universities in the country. And Justice P.V. Reddy was judge in High Court here. He is one of the founder members of the Nalsar University. And, about 10 years ago, I was an honorary professor in comparative constitutional law of the M.K. Nambiar chair here. My association with Nalsar is for a very long time. Then coming to Truth Laboratories, I and Dr. Gandhi have been friends for more than 20 years. When he was in charge of the government laboratory, forensic laboratory, he was very keen to establish one of the best private laboratories, which is wanting in this country. So he took voluntary retirement and then started this Truth Laboratories, and you will be surprised that he started with his own money and with support of his daughters, who developed about 4 or 5 crores and started the Truth Laboratories. Then various branches were established, as you have seen in different states. In Madras, I was present. President Abdul Kalam inaugurated in Delhi, Mr. Chidambaram. Justice Venkatacharya, of course, is in Bangalore, and so on. He was also invited by Mamata Banerjee to reform the forensic system in Calcutta. He was given cabinet status. He did excellent work for West Bengal, where reports were not coming for years. Now, in the past several years, I have been member of the board here, and we meet very frequently. And today, Truth Labs has established itself globally. Within India, all institutions, we have given a long list of institutions, high courts, banks, and then we also get inquiries from Sri Lanka, Singapore, and other countries also. So the annual reports of the Truth Laboratories is so fantastic. It has gone to the top of the world so far as the private labs are concerned in India. Personally, Mr. Gandhi is known to be one of the most highest officers of integrity in this country. When he was in charge of forensic laboratory, one chief minister told his colleagues, "Don't go near Mr. Gandhi, you will not get anything." So he has such a highest reputation of character. And it is his personality that is running, and we have a very good team here who are with us, who give immense support for this institution. On this occasion, I wish him more and more credit to being a country. Thank you very much.
I now request Justice Venkatrama Reddy to give his remarks and greetings to the Truth Labs.
Chief Justice Lalit ji, the Chancellor and Chief Justice Ujjal Bayan ji, the man of the event, Dr. Gandhi, the Justice Jagannath Rao Garu, respected Justice Jagannath Rao Garu, the Ram Mohan Rao Garu, the Vice Chancellor of the University, and Justice Raghuram, who has been till recently the president of the director of the National Judicial Academy, wherein quite a number of sessions were held in relation to forensic sciences. Now eminent panelists led by respected Dr. Jayaprakash Narayan ji and Mr. Prashant Kumar, President of the Supreme Court Bar Association. The Anjani Kumar, EGP, Telangana State. And the respected invitees and participants, the faculty members and dear students of NALSA. It is yet another memorable day, rather a red letter day in the history of the Truth Foundation, which has reached the 15th year. This non-profit organization, the first of its kind in the field of forensic technology, has steadily and steadfastly progressed and established its credentials in a record time. It has become most sought after institution now. The investigating agencies, courts, banks, and insurance companies, and even private individuals seek its help and to unravel the truth. It has solved several intricate problems, as the history of its performance shows, surpassing its humble expectations and proved to be a premier institution of high credibility. The sustained and strenuous efforts of one individual, that is Dr. Professor P.C. Gandhi Kaja, and aided by his dedicated team of experts and technicians, has facilitated this body to grow from strength to strength. The Truth Foundation's voyage to discovery of truth and unfolding the identity of culprits and victims has set a unique record in the history of criminology and forensic sciences. The fact that this event is being conducted today in one of the top law universities with the participation of experts, researchers, and eminent officials serving and retired is a fitting tribute to this foundation, aged 15 years. see the inspiring presence of Chief Justice Lalit ji, who has come all the way from Delhi, adds grace to the occasion and provides the necessary encouragement to keep up the tempo of its ever-growing activities. I am happy that the Honorable Chancellor and the Vice Chancellor of this university has facilitated this event in this reputed law university. Just the panel discussion led by the respected personality, Dr. Prakash Narayan, is bound to be immensely useful. You see, Justice Lalit ji, who has distinguished record as Chief Justice, notwithstanding his short tenure, is here. As a judge, we all know how he contributed to the development of law. His value-based approach and his constitutional vision, which are all reflected in his judgments, more so in certain dissenting judgments. And above all, we know how he promoted the work culture and image of the highest court during that short tenure. Chief Justice M.N. Venkatacharya ji, you all know, he is one of the most respected personalities in our country and known for his scholarship in every subject, not merely law. His blessing and support went a long way in shaping and nurturing this institution to this level from day one. It is in the fitness of things that he has delivered the keynote address in his inimitable and inspiring style. Justice Venkatacharya, in his address at National Judicial Academy during the early years of the new millennium, maybe in 2004 or so, said these pertinent words while referring to scientific and technological advances of the era. He said, the midpoint of 20th century is not the end of first 50 years, but the end of 90 years. That is to say, the technological developments in the last 10 years far outweigh the developments of first 90 years. That was the time when we were standing at the gateway of the age of expansion of new skills and knowledge. True to his expectations, the scenario of innovations and developments thereafter, that is, during the 2 decades in the field of science and technology, has been phenomenal. It is a different matter, as Martin Luther King Jr. said in 1960s, I quote, our scientific power has outrun our spiritual power. We have guided missiles and unguided men. These words of wisdom spoken in 20th century continue to be relevant. True, there has been steady erosion of basic values of life. Yet, the developments in science and technology and the benefits accruing therefrom need not clash with basic human values. They need to be harmonized and go hand in hand, which means that any scientific advancement should not lead to aberrations or erosion of values and ethics. That is the guiding norm applicable to all professionals, and Truth Lab is imbued with this value-based approach in ample measure. The theory, the discovery of DNA process has given big impetus to the subject of genetics, and the techniques which were at the developing stage in the beginning of the new century have now reached the stage of sophistication. The DNA technology has created new dimensions in investigation and provided significant corroborative scientific evidence to the criminal justice and even civil cases. The DNA technology, the DNA technology use and application regulation bill was introduced in Lok Sabha in 2019, and it appears the bill is in the domain of Parliamentary Standing Committee. It merits discussion on the pros and cons of this bill. It is now settled law that the techniques, that is narcoanalysis, polygraph test, and P300 waves test are not legally permissible, as they infringe the constitutional safeguards embodied in Article 23 and Article 21 of the Constitution. The legal position has been settled in Sedvi's case in 2010, as you know. In view of this, I am sure you will be discussing on the measures and precautions to be followed in case of voluntary submission to polygraph test, in respect of which the NHRC guidelines are in force. See, everyone is conscious of the fact that forensic science laboratories are integral part of the criminal justice system. Their importance and relevance has been ever growing, yet utterly inadequate number of forensic science laboratories in most of the states, and lack of experienced personnel, lack of necessary incentives, and inadequate infrastructure is the scenario haunting this important field, helping criminal investigation and providing scientific evidence. The increase of forensic science laboratories and improvements needed for qualitative services is an imperative need and a necessary adjunct to the criminal justice system. Time may soon come. The Supreme Court will step in and evolve suitable directives in this important area to augment the facilities in terms of number of labs and infrastructure. With such judicial intervention by the apex court, it became possible to increase the number of trial courts and augment the infrastructural facilities for the courts. It is in the fitness of things that in the 15th year, the Truth Labs has organized this conference for sharing experiences amongst the forensic scientists, the investigators, including reputed police officers and legal faculty, and there can be no doubt that it goes a long way in generating new ideas. I am sure that this conference gives further impetus to the activities of this foundation, and would go a long way to highlight the need to bring about quantitative and qualitative improvements required for shaping the FSLs, that is forensic science laboratories, to achieve their accomplished objectives. The I thank Dr. Gandhi for giving me this opportunity. Jai Hind. Thank you so much.
Justice Bhavani Prasad will propose a vote of thanks.
With a small intervention with before Justice Bhavan Prasad gives vote of thanks, I would like to announce already there's a gold medal in the name of Truth Labs, and we want to have a gold medal in the, for MA course in Nalsar from this year onwards. And second thing is set up a working forensic lab in Nalsar to have demonstrations of the labs and also maybe some of the important cases also from this year. And short-term courses to facilitate spread of knowledge and awareness among the end users. There are a lot of police officers, judiciary, magistrates, and all the people that are coming forward. We want to have these courses also from this year onwards. With the permission of the Chancellor and Vice Chancellor here, I'm announcing this. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Honorable Sri P.S. Ram Mohan Rao Garu, President of today's historic event and former Governor of Tamil Nadu. And if I start describing the various positions he has held and the successes he had in a career spanning over more than 50 years, probably the entire time will be consumed with that. Honorable Sri Justice Uday Umesh Lalitji, former Chief Justice of India and the chief guest of today's function. Honorable Sri Justice Ujjal Bhuyan, Chancellor of Nalsar and the Chief Justice of the State of Telangana, or to be more exact, Chief Justice of the High Court of the State of Telangana. Sri M. Jagannatha Rao Garu, Honorable Sri Justice M. Jagannatha Rao Garu, and Honorable Sri Justice P. Venkatram Reddy Garu, who are at a personal level my father figures, and in the state judiciary, very renowned, respected, and adored personalities during for our generation and even the next generations. Sri Krishnadeva Rao Garu, Vice Chancellor of Nalsar, who was known to me right from the days of inception of Nalsar. Sri Anjani Kumar, the Director General of Police of the State of Telangana. And probably it is time for me to wish him well, because I did not meet him since his assumption of charge as Director General of Police here. And lastly, Dr. KPC Gandhi, why I kept him in the last is, if I am speaking, it is Dr. Gandhi speaking through me. Dr. Gandhi was looking at his watch when I was being called. And then I told him we are on time. And if we are very strictly on time in commencing and closing the function, we will be non-Indian. The Indian standard time always means beginning late and ending late. And therefore I take the liberty of digressing from the routine Thanksgiving duty to say a few words about my own experiences with Nalsar and Truth Labs and my own association with Dr. Gandhi, and C.C. Anjali Reddy. My acquaintance with Dr. Gandhi commenced in 1990 when the Honorable High Court of Andhra Pradesh deputed me to head the law faculty in the Andhra Pradesh State Police Academy, then under the dynamic leadership of the first director and founder, Sri C. Anjali Reddy. The 2 years which I spent at the police academy were one of the most fruitful periods in my career. And in those 2 years, I think all my prejudices against the police and their functioning have been wiped out. I understood under what circumstances, under what difficulties, what adversities they have to function. And Dr. Gandhi, since I met him, I found him, of course, then he was very young, in 1990, 33 years back. He was always worried about the forensic science and forensic medicine not finding their rightful place in the administration of criminal justice. And he was also worried about the courts of law not giving the adequate importance to the findings of the scientists and medical experts in the adjudication of criminal cases. And he was always discussing as to what best can be done about it. But I can tell you, it was under his dynamic leadership of the Forensic Science and Forensic Medicine faculty of the State Police Academy that the police officers throughout the state realized and recognized that taking the help of forensic scientists and forensic medicine experts in the investigation of crimes would go a long way in establishing and finding the truth. And then he went back as director of the State Forensic Science Laboratory. And he achieved the distinction of making it a zero pendency state forensic science laboratory in the entire country for the first time. Accumulated arrears of cases pending for opinion with the forensic science laboratory were all cleared within a record time. And thereafter, any matter referred to the State Forensic Science Laboratory in Andhra Pradesh was returned with the considered opinion of the Forensic Science Laboratory within the prescribed time limits in the schedule drawn 30 days, schedule drawn by Dr. KPC Gandhi. A record indeed. And it was the first time, for the first time in the country, or maybe in the history of forensic science laboratories anywhere in the world, that the director of a forensic science laboratory was also named as an inspector general in the police department. Of course, which led to a lot of maybe back table criticism and also heartburn, we don't know. But you can understand the heights to which he has taken the forensic science laboratory. If as its head, he has to be treated as equal to senior police officers working in the police department as an inspector general. And then he preponed his retirement and tried to devote the rest of his life again only to his scientific activity by establishing his own private laboratory. In fact, I was part of his thinking discussions, and I was very doubtful whether he would be able to succeed. But I should tell you, true to the name which his parents have given him, his parents are freedom fighters, and his parents desired that their son should be as good as Mahatma Gandhi. They named him as Gandhi. And true to his name, he said, I will devote the rest of my life in the pursuit of truth. And in that, I should tell you here, it was not the determination of Dr. Gandhi that mattered. It is the cooperation of Mrs. Gandhi and the daughters of Dr. Gandhi that helped him realize his dream of having the Truth Foundation and Truth Labs. Of course, he first commenced his activity with Crime Stoppers and then followed with these two institutions. Which wife, which daughter would encourage the head of the family to spend lakhs and lakhs of rupees from their own funds? Why lakhs? Millions of rupees. Or I think it costs crores of rupees also from his personal funds. Which family members would allow alienation of the family properties, sale of the family properties for the sake of an ideal. Dr. Gandhi did not make anything in the last 15 years. Only he accumulated losses in the last 15 years. But still, his family was behind him, and his moral strength is behind him. And the principles and ideals which his parents have imbibed in him are with him, and he succeeded. Today, we have a function at the end of the 15 years of Truth Labs, attended by a former Chief Justice of India, 2 former judges of the Honorable Supreme Court, a former governor, a sitting Chief Justice and Chancellor of this university, which itself should speak about what Dr. Gandhi has achieved with his sacrifice, what Dr. Gandhi has achieved with his VC గారు VC గారు మనకన్నా యంగ్ తర్వాత చెప్తా. I have great pride in this, as I was associated with the birth and growth of both the Nalsar University in my capacity as Secretary to Government of Andhra Pradesh in the Law Department. And in fact, the birth of Nalsar was so timed and planned to be at the time of the 3rd conference of the law ministers and law secretaries of this country held at Hyderabad when I was the law secretary. And it had grown from strength to strength. Similarly, what my friend Dr. Gandhi had started had also grown from strength to strength. I need not repeat about the credibility it has achieved. If 25% of the cases referred to Truth Labs were on the orders of the various high courts in this country, if similarly another 25% of the cases referred to Truth Labs were from nationalized banks, public institutions, and so on, and another 15% are also from reputed corporate sector and others, more than 65 to 70% of the cases referred to Truth Labs now emanate not from individuals. The request for analysis emanate from institutions. That speaks very high of what has been achieved. Because as a judicial officer, I know, as a judge at the trial court level, I know, whenever there were references of documents to 2 private experts at the instance of the parties, one expert would say it is a very genuine document, another expert would tell me that it is a forged document. And then my judgments, my precedents would tell me that handwriting is not a definite science. That was our attitude towards science. In fact, at the beginning of the last century, we had the judgment of a high court which said, after all, the court is an expert of all witnesses, of all experts. The judges believed they were experts of all experts. And then there was also another high court which observed that after all, experts are remunerated witnesses. So that was the angle from which the courts were looking at scientific evidence. But today we find, as my Lord Honorable, the former Chief Justice, has referred to, the Supreme Court has given its seal of approval for the various scientific methods which are being adopted in criminal investigation because of the advancement of science and technology to such a level that in most of the reports given by the forensic science laboratories, the opinions were authentic, can be cross-checked scientifically, and can be accepted only after satisfaction of not only the judge, but also the learned counsel for both the parties. So it has reached such a level, a great thing. And then I can go on speaking like this. I was always telling people whenever I am called to speak, I had no opportunity to speak for about 37.5 years on the bench, because it was always the counsel that was speaking and I was only hearing. So now if you give me an opportunity to speak, probably I may not end. But I should take a few minutes time to remind myself, Ms. Krishnadeva Rao joined the faculty of this institution at its inception. Now, later, the positions he has held, the achievements that are there behind his record, and his coming back to this prestigious law university as its vice chancellor speaks of his capacity as a teacher and capacity particularly as a law teacher, and also his capacity as an administrator, an academic administrator and a great academician. And we are very happy that the institution, with the foundation of which we were associated, is now headed by an out and out Telugu person belonging to our area, our language, our culture, and the simplicity with which he mingles with us reminds us that, does not remind us that he's a vice chancellor of the prestigious university. He never pretends like that. I can go on speaking, as I said, but eminent persons like Dr. J. Prakash Narayan, Sri Raghuram, who taught the judges throughout the country for 5 years. And mind you, even now, the Honorable Supreme Court, I am told, was not very willing to relieve him from the responsibility, but he has forcibly relieved himself, unable to carry it on further because of the age and other limitations. Similarly, we have Mr. Anjaney Reddy, who was the founder director of the State Police Academy and many other institutions, to his credit. When APSRTC was about to be almost closed, then he became its managing director and brought it back to life. Many of the innovations which APSRTC has introduced were to his credit. Similarly, when AP Tourism Development Corporation, I was there in the government at that time, he was posted there purposefully to see that he presides over the liquidation of the AP Tourism Development Corporation. Now you have the tourism hotels, tourism business and tourism thing everywhere in the state, both the states now. And it is a very, I think, a remarkable respect shown to me by Dr. Gandhi in making me sit along with giants in law and speak before very great persons of eminence who are going to be the panelists, from the former Chief Justice to Sri Kamal Kumar, former Director of the National Police Academy, was a very dear friend of mine, and we achieved so many things. If I start describing the achievements of everybody here, probably it may go on till after the conclusion of the next session also. So I stop here. But I only wish to tell all of you, I had been a judge of the High Court of Andhra Pradesh and had the fortune of being a member of a 5-judge bench presided over by Sri Raghuram to decide what criminal law should do in case of encounter deaths at the hands of police. Honorable Chief Justice U. Lalit, the former Chief Justice of India, had appeared in that case and argued for the Police Officers Association. I never thought that he would remember the bench, or at least remember the 4th or 5th judge in the bench. Maybe senior most judge, presiding judge, you may remember. In the morning, I came to meet his lordship, tried to pay my respects. He said, I appeared before you. You are the member of a 5-judge bench which heard about the encounter deaths. I said, sir, how do you remember? I still remember you were sitting in the last on this side on the bench. So then I realized that it's only phenomenal qualities that make persons Chief Justices of India and stop people like me at the High Court level. So my fortune that I am with such great people today. Now coming to the vote of thanks. I am the heart and soul of Dr. Gandhi, and therefore I have the privilege of proposing vote of thanks at this meeting. I have also the privilege of proposing the vote of thanks at this meeting jointly organized by NALSAR and Truth Labs, because I was one of the founding members of this institution. It is I, as the House Secretary, who registered the Society for the formation of NALSAR under the guidance of Honorable Justice B. Venkatramana Reddy and other senior judges of the High Court at that time, first 5 judges. They were guiding me as to how NALSAR should be registered, formed, and University Act should be framed and all that. It's a matter of great pride for me to be here and to be able to speak in the presence of such great people. If I have spoken anything which doesn't suit the occasion, please excuse me. Once again, my gratitude not to Dr. Gandhi, but to the members of his family who made very significant and important cases in the criminal justice system of this country in the last 15 years, who made it possible for the Truth Labs to deal with them and give dispassionate and very and acceptable, credible opinions on merit about the issues involved, which probably rekindled the faith of the people of this country in the justice system. I may tell you, you may feel, I may feel that people are greatly dependent on the justice system, but I read a joke in the preface of a book. Somebody got down his airplane in London airport, Heathrow airport, and called a taxi. He said, "Will you take me to the courts of justice?" The cab driver said, "Courts of justice, where are they?" Then the passenger, the intending passenger said, "The courts of law, don't you know them?" "Yeah, you call them courts of law. Why do you call them courts of justice?" And in the preface of a book, Sri Basireddy, one of the most famous judges of the Andhra Pradesh High Court on the criminal side, he said that every judge and lawyer of substance knows that justice according to law and truth are far from being the same. And it should be the endeavor of every judge and lawyer of substance to see that this gap between justice according to law and truth is bridged to the maximum extent possible. That should be our endeavor. We may not ultimately reach a perfect system. The Honorable Supreme Court itself had observed in a case that perfection can be seldom had in an imperfect world. And the Honorable Supreme Court at another instance also said that no human system is proof against error. So imperfection and incorrect things may be still there, but still our aim should be perfection. Our goal should be dispensation of justice in the real sense and make the truth and justice both the same. And beyond that, I think, I entered into the other realm of the other section also. Now, my heartfelt gratitude to my Lord Honorable Sri Justice U. Lalit, the former Chief Justice of India, for having been kind enough to accept our invitation on behalf of the Truth Labs and coming here in spite of his lordship's busy schedule. And the presence of such a personality, great personality, actually added glamour and glory to this function. And Sri P.S. Ramohan Rao is a Bhishma of the police force in our state and has been kind enough to preside over the function and deliver a very valuable address to us. Similarly, Honorable Sri Justice M. Jagannath Rao Garu, Honorable Sri Justice P. Venkatramana Reddy Garu have been towers of strength for the Truth Labs and for the efforts of Dr. Gandhi since inception. And their presence has reignited Dr. Gandhi's resolve to continue to strive in the rest of his life also to the pursuit of truth and upholding of justice. And Sri Ujjal Bhuyan, the Honorable Chief Justice of the High Court of Telangana and the Chancellor of this university. We know the pressure on his lordship's time, administratively and judicially, but still his lordship had made it possible to be with us and speak with us both informally and also through a prepared text. And we're highly grateful to His Lordship for being with us this afternoon, which gives us a great source of confidence that when the Honorable Chief Justice is with us, when the Honorable Chancellor is with us, we can plan and perform many more things on behalf of the Truth Labs and Truth Foundation. Now, Sri Anjani Kumar, I should thank him for being here in spite of his pressure and his time. Sri Prashant Kumar from the Bar Association of India. And the panelists, I think, have to be thanked at the end of the panel discussion by somebody else, but still I acknowledge their gracious presence, and the presence of such eminent persons will be an inspiration to the students of Nalsar to see with the determination, character, and integrity and hard work to what positions one can reach. You see, each one of them here, their students, is an example as to how to lead our lives and how to come up in life and how to be known as ourselves at the end of the career. So I thank everyone, and I should particularly thank every family, every member of the Truth Labs and Truth Foundation family, every member of the Nalsar University family for being with us in this effort for organizing this meeting and sparing their hard work and time for making this a success. Once again, I apologize. As I said, I only know to begin. I do not know where to end. Please excuse me. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
So to all the
You are the Abhimanyu.
delegates,
You are the
dignitaries
Abhimanyu.
on the dais, we got delayed, we agree. But just like the second part of it, second part of the cinema is going to be the real part of the cinema at the end. Small intermission for 10 minutes. The guests on the dais and guest panelists on the dais will just go to VC's room for a 5 minutes break of coffee and snacks. Similarly, all the guests here are requested to go for 10 minutes break and come back by 2:05. 1:05 to close it close it by 1:55. We promise will not delay you. Just have a small snack and tea and come back. Thank you very much.
I'm leaving tomorrow morning, 7 o'clock.
Deadly agree. And the sun, so-called sun word. Then after, shall we start? So that's it. No, that's.
I have the privilege to invite the eminent person, eminent panelists to this first consultation session on effective utilization of forensic science. I respectfully invite Dr. Jayaprakash
Shall we
Narayan.
dispense with the names and this invitation to save some more time?
Yeah, okay, sir.
Let's go into the session straight.
Okay, sir.
Okay, thank you.
I request Dr. Jayaprakash Narayan sir to chair the session, and rest of the dignitaries of the dais are welcome to this first consultation seminar. Please be seated. The consultation session is going to start. Please be seated.
Friends, I will take over so that there's no further loss of time. The time now is 1:18. Dr. Gandhi said 1:50, he made a promise. I don't know how we're going to keep that promise. There are 8 speakers here, plus 10 minutes. What I propose is, if the very distinguished members of the panel agree, we'll try and minimize our remarks because we're all preaching to the converted. Come up with some specific points of action, hopefully. And then if there is a possibility, I'm being over-optimistic, I know, give some time to these bright youngsters a chance to ask questions. With that, without further ado, let me congratulate the Truth Labs and Dr. Gandhi and NALSA for organizing this event. Reinhold Niebuhr said, man's capacity for justice makes democracy possible. But man's inclination to injustice makes democracy necessary. So when you talk about rule of law or inclusive justice or equitable justice or public trust, as Chief Justice Bhuyan said, they're interrelated concepts. We cannot isolate them. We know what's happening in our country. The crimes in India are relatively fewer relative to population. I want us all to understand this. If you take the United States or Britain or some other countries, the crimes a much larger in number. For 100,000 population, much of the OECD countries, we have 5,000 to 6,000 crimes registered, small or big. In India, only about 1,000 are registered and only about 330 or so are relatively of some significance. So it's not that the number of crimes is very high, nor is our civil litigation very high. It is just that we are incredibly inept in handling both. If you take the challenges, I think one of the eminent speakers in the morning talked about the pillars. I think Vice Chancellor Krishna Dev Rao. He talked about the police, I would say forensics, then prosecution, then the procedures, and the judiciary. I would say the lowest hanging fruit is forensics. Therefore, my appeal today is, let's see if we can build a consensus first and look at a very tangible, achievable program of action to make at least forensics available in our crime investigation and in civil cases too. It's not a very big ambition. It's not about transforming rule of law. That's a much bigger ambition. I don't have any great expectation that with one fell swoop we will transform rule of law in India. It will take time and effort. But I see no serious impediment in transforming the forensics of India. So with that perspective, let me make just a few comments. I don't know if many of you remember the Disha case in Hyderabad in 2019. Somebody mentioned today the pressure on the police forces to indulge in false encounters, killing people in captivity to render rough and ready justice or to lynch people, is mounting. If we had genuine justice, speedy and efficient, backed by strong forensics, a case like this should have been decided. I have no regret at all that somebody is hanged in a heinous case like that. But that lynching took place without due process, something that should really perturb all of us. Not because somebody is hanged, but because if that is allowed in that form, any one of us could be victim tomorrow. That's the context in which forensics is going to be incredibly important, along with other changes in the justice system. Some years ago, if you remember, in 2018 in Gurugram in Haryana, in the outskirts of Delhi, a bus conductor, I think, or bus driver called Ashok Kumar, he confessed to a crime of killing a senior student in the school because he was brutally tortured. He actually confessed. Luckily for the chap, the CBI investigated and actually showed that a senior student was guilty of murder, and Ashok Kumar was exonerated. I don't think we need to go far to understand the incredible importance of genuine evidence and forensics. As the eminent jurist today talked about it, in a large number of cases, convictions are extracted, even in capital offense cases, through coercion. If my numbers are right, about 318 cases, the people who are convicted of murderers were released by the courts based on DNA evidence in this country in the past few years. That should set the alarm bells ringing. Not only is the conviction rate very low, as another eminent jurist said today, 30%, he said actually minus coerced confessions, I think the conviction rate in India is only about 10 to 15%. I think the Chief Justice talked about 30%. And if in those convictions, there is so much of miscarriage of justice, we should be seriously worried about it. I remember vividly Sunanda Pushkar case. I don't care whether there was a crime committed or not. I'm not into that. But in the capital city of Delhi, in one of the most notorious cases, much talked about in the media, etc., the DNA analysis took 1 full year. That should really put us to shame in the 21st century. I am told about 7 to 8 lakh cases are pending for forensic opinion in India at a point of time, 7 to 8 lakh cases. And only 10 to 12% of the criminal cases, they are referred to forensic labs for analysis or their opinion. And of that, 7 to 8 lakh cases pending. Justice Venkatachalaya talked about 37 laboratories in India as opposed to 409 in the United States. The total DNA analysis in India is about 20,000 samples per year. In the US, 1/4 of our population. The total analysis is roughly 1.2 million a year. Typically, one case, a criminal case or some other case, requires 6 samples to be analyzed on an average. That means you're only dealing with about 3,300 cases in a country where there are 40,000 capital offenses registered and tried per year. Plus, there are many more other offenses of heinous kind which require serious forensic analysis. So the numbers are disgraceful. But the good news is we can saturate pretty easily. As I said, it's a low-hanging fruit. Dr. Gandhi himself came up with a template as to what can be done in terms of building forensic infrastructure. Resources, to my judgment, are not a problem. While in general, the rule of law apparatus in India spends very little, only 0.76% of GDP, as opposed to the norm in many of the OECD and civilized countries about 2.5%, about 2% or thereabout. But even 0.76% is a substantial sum. And the amount required for a first-rate forensic infrastructure in the country, every circle having a kit, every SDP or subdivisional office having a mobile vehicle for forensic analysis, every big city having a regional laboratory, every district having a district forensic laboratory, and every state having a headquarter laboratory of reasonable standard. My back of the envelope calculation shows that we require only about a 5,000 crore investment one time, capital investment, and an equal amount annually to run these institutions. It's not an incredible amount. I know we're stressed for budget. I'm not one of those seeking more and more money from the exchequer. It's not possible. But when you're spending about 2 lakh crores, 2 trillion rupees on crime investigation and justice system, which is inadequate. As I said before, it's only 0.76% of the GDP. But in that, only 3% is required to have a first-rate forensic establishment in the country. If the Indian political and governance system says we cannot summon even that much of money, 5,000 crores is peanuts. No, a chief minister these days signs with the left hand, that kind of a check. Because now profligacy today, we are going for programs worth billions of rupees without a second thought. So for something as incredibly important as this low-hanging fruit, if you can't invest about 5,000-6,000 crores for the whole country per annum, then I think our commitment to democracy and justice and rule of law is very questionable. I think this is the voice we have to raise. I think the time is right. We can make that happen. And with that, while money and resources and technology are important, we obviously have to not only build infrastructure, but personnel training. I think we only have over 3,000 forensic experts available in all the forensic laboratories of India. My back of the envelope calculation shows at least 30,000 are required. But India manufactures graduates, like matchboxes. As long as the quality is assured, the numbers are not going to be a problem. If some of the leading universities and medical schools, they actually take this up seriously, not merely manufacturing degrees, I think we can easily produce 30,000, 40,000 people and replenish the attrition with new experts as required. It's not really a big problem for the country at all. But more important is systems and protocols, from chain of custody to guaranteeing the quality of reporting, because in a culture of mistrust and rampant abuse of power, endemic abuse of power and arbitrariness in the country, at least this wing, police, let's see how much we can do. Some of us are fighting very hard to at least make sure that crimes of a certain magnitude, that crime investigation is straight from the vagaries of politics. There are ways of doing it. That may or may not happen immediately because the political economic considerations, they make it very difficult in the short term, because the whole political system today thrives on abuse of the rule of law process, let me say, without fear of too much of contradiction. But forensics, isolating that as a technical issue, because very few issues can be solved by technology alone and infrastructure alone. Others require change of attitude. This is a science and technology issue. It's relatively easy. We can actually create an island of excellence, an oasis, in this otherwise bleak scenario of crime investigation and justice system. And we, of course, have to ensure autonomy. I don't think the judiciary will be very kind to the forensic laboratories if they are seen to be under the thumb of the police, who are in turn seen to be under the thumb of the political executive in the country. Therefore, at least this branch, if we can make it independent and functioning with adequate systems of accountability, and if we take care of some of the judicial things, some of the legal things, I think Justice Venkatram Reddy talked about the DNA technology and regulation bill of 2019. Certainly, there are certain concerns raised by some people, but we can reconcile, because after all, we're not the first country in the world doing this. Much of the world is following DNA analysis, etc. So we can follow the best practices of the rest of the world without taking too much time. And we already have an IT Act of 2008, which replaces the Section 45 of the Evidence Act, but it's not operational yet, because we have not framed the rules and procedures for that. And we probably require a forensic regulatory authority to make sure that the standards are met. But none of this is costing money. It requires some bit of not even serious political will, but administrative will and judicial will. And I hope we can summon these from this forum today. We have the DGP here, from the current DGP of Telangana state. We have eminent jurists here. We have men and women of great consequence whose words are listened to with great respect and non-partisan manner across the country. Let us at least take this small little thing which can bite and chew. We may not be able to do the big thing overnight. And I'm an optimist. And I believe the impossible best sometimes is the enemy of the possible good. And if you know exactly what to aim for, we'll get it usually, if you're determined about it. So my appeal is, let today's seminar and the event in the morning of all these August luminaries be of value in making at least one thing happen, namely a good quality forensic infrastructure that actually works. Even if the rest of the criminal justice system and justice system takes some more time to fix, it may take another decade or more. But let's at least do this much. With these words, may I now invite eminent jurist and a great thinker and my great friend, Justice Raghuram, to make his observations.
I think they just want to have the floral bouquets offered to all the so it's okay.
If you do it in 5 seconds, together.
5 seconds, yes.
Together.
Because they're
Everybody
they're calling
at one
me.
go.
They're calling me.
Because remember, kids, time is the most precious asset. Not money, not physical infrastructure, not nothing, time. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
My friend Bhavani Prasad must take some of the blame for this hurry. Okay, go on. No, nothing.
I won't take much time. In fact, I won't take any time at all. We have on this panel, we have had an administrator of great eminence, experience and repute, who is also a political scientist and a student, very ardent student of democracy, Dr. Jayaprakash Narayan, share his thoughts with you. We have forensic pathologists, we have forensic scientists, we have policemen who've had amongst them very vibrant experience in the administration of justice. I'll share just a thought that one elderly semi-literate relative of mine shared with me. He said in Telugu, which I'll translate into English, he said, "Sir, criminal law in India is a privilege. It's not a right. You can buy." And another administrator who was in the drafting business in the state, he told me that, sir, earlier they used to draft the legislation, and then by way of acceptance quarterly, they used to draft an exemption clause also in case of unforeseen circumstances. Today, the exemption clause is first drafted because that is where the power and privilege goes. So, in the administration of justice, it is not the defect of the law. In fact, we believe both in pharmacology as well as in social curatives to administer more and more of the failed medicine because it's greenfielding everybody. The pharma industry prospers, the doctors prosper, everybody prospers. So we also in the law administration keep on believing in multiplication. This was said of the national law universities also. Bangalore was a great experiment, then came Nalsar, then a few others, and Justice Lalit is associated with a few now. It's become a passing of action. They have created, some states have 3 national law schools. Some states have 5 national law schools. And professors and teachers, you cannot manufacture with as much speed as you can manufacture real estate, which is already available. You just put up a few structures if you have the money. Same goes with forensic laboratories. Where do you find men who are competent and able to administer, run? Where do you get the experts? Sometimes challenges are there, and therefore you need to have protocols. I was talking to the All India Institute of Medical Sciences in Bhopal, where we used to send judges from other countries who used to come for watching autopsies. Then we found that the AIMS autopsy is more in demand because they have certain protocols where in the autopsy room there is no landline and no mobile phones are allowed. So that is where the maximum manipulation of the report takes place, and everything is video captured, entire process of autopsy. Not that it is foolproof, but it goes a long distance in the marshalling of evidence. Today morning, an eminent speaker spoke about the preservation of the crime scene. When I was associated with judicial training at Bhopal, I realized that there are certain emerging areas which also need to be, the judges need to be familiarized with. And forensic science, cybercrime analysis, all these I thought were very relevant topics. Then I started reading up. I introduced a few sessions and then I started reading up. I realized that forensic science latest developments in the world are yet to catch up with 50 or 60 disciplines which are emerging in other areas of human cognitive sciences, faculties. Quantum mechanics and quantum physics, for instance, has brought about tremendous advances in particulate matter, subatomic areas, which contribute ultimately to pathologies, which contribute ultimately to evidence. Then you have forensic biology, you have forensic paleontology, you have radiocarbon dating, you have a whole lot of other disciplines, which even the most the advanced economies and the criminal law administration in those countries is just now thinking of implementing. Just the other day, Siddharth Mukherjee, one of our eminent Indian born persons, has come up with his 3rd scintillating book, The Call of the Cell, where he says that, while the DNA is inanimate, the cell is the only living, basic unit of life. And therefore, while DNA is a carrier, it's an inanimate carrier of information, the cell becomes very important. And when you come to the cell, you come to the atomic level, then you come to the particulate level. It is areas of those developments in the other areas like the physics, biology, and other areas where which are fertilizing the development and evolution of forensic science. All these are areas where academic institutions like yours, which have the cognitive infrastructure, apart from the physical infrastructure, which is quite inspiring and inviting to deal with. And you need a think tank. Democracy is more reflective than reactive. Today, in the judiciary, having spent quite a time here, with our volumes, we are running a fast food center. We are not doing much of reflection. It's not possible with these numbers. At least academia like you should stay away from this crunching of numbers and be more reflective. It's not how many graduates you produce, how many first classes you produce. Today, India somehow romances percentages, 99%, 200%. 100% in English is like will be shocking to Milton and Shakespeare also, but we manage in our academia to get 100% in English. I won't take more of your time. We have real experts talking about it. I only say that I have concerns. Some of my concerns have been expressed in the morning session. I have much more deeper concerns. We have much more to do, but even that little bit which is already established in the rest of the world, not merely in the top economies, but even in emerging economies like us, is not being done here. Dr. Jayaprakash says that budget is not a problem, funding is not a problem. For me, it's not the funding that's problem. The funding is possible, infrastructure is possible. Where do you get the human resource that runs these things? So the Baker Street irregulars can't do the job. Thank you.
Thank you, Justice Raghuram. I think we all agree that our universities, most of them are in terminal decline. Undergraduate courses are generally dead in most of India. Therefore, you have to go to centers of excellence like this, or IITs and a few reputed medical schools and all that. There's a deeper tragedy of higher education. But if there is an economic need in the society, if there's a market demand, if there's political will, I think we have the capacity to produce 30, 40,000 experts. There are daunting problems, but we cannot allow them to impede our progress in achieving what is necessary. So I fully recognize the challenge, but I believe it's not an insurmountable challenge. May I now request a co-chair, Shri Prashant Kumar, who came all the way from Delhi, the Bar Association of India president. And not only your remarks here, but your very strong collective will in persuading the governments, both the political and the bureaucratic part of the government, to really pursue the forensics as a science in aid of civil and criminal justice.
Thank you, Dr. Jayaprakash. You have already given, what kind of outlay is required, how, we can take the utilization in terms of capacity of forensic services to the next level, how it is to be augmented. But, I'm coming from the user point of view. I represent the bar. And that is where also the problem lies. And the challenge also. See, when we talk about the super refined disciplines of forensic, they have their own place. But, the courts will be able to apply their mind to ticklish cases when they are deburdened from the drudgery of routine cases, which fill up the bulk part of the docket. And now, especially in the criminal cases, one are the high crimes, the others are complaint cases, private complaint cases, and which, magistrate on the complaint can order a trial or order an investigation, or under 156(3), Then with the new things which are coming in, now everybody, even in a domestic violence case, wants to use a video recording, wants to have some phone recording evidence. These are the basis of lodging complaints. And then there are grievances that the police is not investigating. They go to court. And these evidences are to be looked at a very later stage if these culminate into a trial or a proceeding in the court. Then also a lot of financial crimes are increasing. We have a branch of cases which are mix of criminal and financial aspects, like willful defaulter cases, banking fraud cases, where the mandate of the law and RBI circular is to send these cases to investigating agencies, to CBI and all. Now, at the base of it, the trigger is a forensic report. Forensic capacity is, it is just given to Ernst & Young and all these accounting firms. Now, even to defend those cases, take them further, both in the agencies and also in the legal profession, in terms of advice. There is no capacity. It is not even understood that for a forensic report, once it is presented, its complication when you can assail it and all is, another aspect. But a forensic report, the very process of having a financial forensic report, where you give these reports without understanding the business aspect of the decision making, you have not followed the protocols, and in isolation, you come with a report with 10 riders, which ultimately is not going to have any legal significance in the long run. So the major point is, as I say, understanding forensics, utilizing forensics, making some kind of procedural rules which are also in the domain of the court as practice rules. Some of them need not be coming through a very long drawn process of amendment to the law and other things. Some part of it can be handled as practice rules that, you can, as if you are giving a audio as a basis of your complaint, then it's transcription and certification forensically that this is an audio which is, not tempered, is a genuine thing, will help the investigating agencies to register a case, proceed with it. So, we start from threshold and take this movement right to the trial stage. Now, Chief Justice Lalit had pointed out that at trial stage, the defense comes later on in our adversarial process. And there is a difference between even the summons cases and warrant cases. In warrant cases, there can be a discharge after framing of charges. And now new legislations like Black Money Act have provisions which say this is punishable from 6 months to 7 years, Section 50. Now, where it will fall? Then Section 51 is 3 to 7 years. These are all new legislations which are coming in, where, the thought relating to criminal processes, how they are going to be there is just not there. The basic foundations of how criminal law proceeds, how the procedure takes place is not there. Then Section 91, in which the court has a power either on the application of this thing to ask prosecution or any other authority to produce an evidence. So whether that Section 91 can be utilized or expanded at an initial stage when the summons have been served and cognizance has been taken, it is easier in the warrants case, in summons case or ambiguous cases. Again, there is a question mark. So if these are the nut bolts, if some of these nut bolts are addressed, Section 138, check bounce cases, one of the routine defenses is signature are forged. So whether a complainant also gets a certificate as a beginning that the signature is genuine, these are small costs involved and the claims are monetary. And if these processes, some of them, we can work with Truth Labs, we can work with NALSAR, we can make a group to make nut and bolt recommendations, where firstly we take care of the docket explosion type of cases, where forensic evidence, very basic level forensic evidence can address the docket level cases. Also at the investigation stage, how to start the investigation, whether it can be preempted. If you expect the police to do everything, even in the domains they don't have understanding or they don't have capacity to investigate, the kind of peculiar case you have, suppose you have a case of fraud. Now, we had a peculiar case in which a huge building project, the short supply of concrete was there, and it was massive short supply. So it was a case of fraud, not just a breach of contract. So how to measure that in the premises, the trucks are coming, the numbers, the photo recorded evidence, this thing and all. If you go to police and simply make a complaint, it will go nowhere. But if you have the whole incoming, outgoing of the trucks, the time, the weight measure scales, all analysis, and some sort of a certification of that, then you have a case made out, which then police can take forward. So according to me, it is not just creating the forensic experts, that is one side. It is also collaborating with the legal profession, having the awareness of forensics, and having joint workshops that how you can help your clients, how you can take help from forensics to take your cases forward, both on the civil and criminal aspect. And as far as international is concerned, I agree with the Justice Raghuram. In 2009, we made a presentation to Scotland Yard and City of London Police. They had only 3 financial forensic experts and no capacity to look at any fraud complaint below £1 million. So we proposed something on a public partnership model with India, which could, as you have said, ramp up the training facility, create the professionals, because it required internationally when the flight of money you have to stop. Because if the money vanishes, it goes through the loops, you can do nothing. If you are able to generate real-time inputs for each jurisdiction through collaboration, which becomes an actionable input in that jurisdiction, where the flight of money has taken place, this has happened, these things could move. Now, these are very, very things which are in the realm of possibility with the jump in computing capacities. It requires a multidisciplinary approach. Perhaps in 2009, it was too radical. And in India, we needed the cooperation of the agencies here, but we could not move past the Home Ministry bureaucracy. We had the top IT firm also from India. We could have created an Infosys in the field of forensic investigations and financial frauds. And the UK banks were ready to pay 20% of £256 billion, which were being lost to frauds. That any recovery, this process you create 20%, and then they could add EU and others to that. So there are various possibilities. It is not just, we have to look at the government. Once we are able to ourselves understand, institutions like NALSAR create the capacity building courses and all, the sky is the limit, but somebody has to take being the champion, the leadership. And I think we should all support Dr. Gandhi and NALSA to take this forward, replicate it elsewhere, and bring in more awareness and try to collaborate with the police, with the bar. And as Bar Association President, I offer that collaboration. We can do it at various high court bars and all, and take this forward. It will take shape gradually, but I think if we begin now, we'll be able to address multiple scenarios, including the pendency of cases and all, by working on very, very small, apparently insignificant issues, but which can have very long-term and massive repercussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Prashantji, for that very insightful practitioner's perspective. Oftentimes, it's the small things that make a huge impact. Now, smallpox vaccine was known for over a century. But until a small little thing called biforked needle was invented to administer the vaccine, we could not eradicate smallpox. I think it's a very wise perspective. And the 2 points broadly he made, that technology is necessary, but wisdom is vital. Technology is no substitute to wisdom and insights. And the second point, it's not merely a moral imperative to have a working, a functional criminal justice system backed by strong forensics. It's an economic necessity. In a country where every month there are 6 billion UPI transactions. In a year, there are about 72 or 75 billion. The finance minister mentioned something like 120 trillion rupees transferred in 1 year. Obviously, cybercrime and all kinds of things are inevitable. Even if you assume 1% is going that way. And the recent convulsions in the stock market, without going to specifics, it is an issue of public trust. It's an issue of effective enforcement of rule of law. If we think it's merely a moral issue, it's not related to economic growth, I think we're completely mistaken. And that's the point we have to make, the point that Prashantji made repeatedly and publicly, that economic growth demands a modicum, if not perfect, a modicum of rule of law backed by strong evidence and forensics. The second issue why we have to address this is, with increasing urbanization, social controls are going to disappear in personal lives. India has been lucky so far because of strong families. Crime has been largely under check, with no disrespect to the exceptional police officers here. It's not the police forces that are controlling crime in India. It's the families. It's the social system, but that will not last long. With urbanization and impersonal lives, the social controls collapse. Crime is going to rise. As opposed to a very small number relative to the rest of the world, Indian crime is going to grow dramatically. And unless our law enforcement machinery, investigative system, and forensics match the necessity, we'll be in a deep, deep crisis. And our laws sometimes are extremely progressive and very, very ambitious. Like I think the sexual assault, the law mandates there shall be forensic evidence. In a country with 35,000 rapes registered every year, you require at least 200,000 samples to be tested. If you're testing only 20,000 samples a year, what rubbish is that? What is the meaning of this law? So it is self-evident. I think we have to really make a very compelling case, and I'm delighted that the Bar Association of India is very much on board under the enthusiastic leadership of Mr. Prashant Kumar, and I'm sure will make a huge difference. May I now invite Sri Anjane Reddy, one of our most thoughtful officials. We are very privileged to have exceptionally thoughtful police leaders, from Sri P.S. Rammohan Rao to Sri Anjane Reddy to Kamal Kumar to Umapati, and they really see what's happening in crime investigation. Sri Anjane.
And let me come to the bolts and nuts of the problem. Much has been said, the need for improving forensic sciences. I would like to start with this, and how much of money we are spending on FSLs. If you take the police budget as a unit, we are spending less than 0.5% of the police budget. Less than half, maybe around 0.3%. 0.3%. So if you stop strengthening the police department for 1 year, you save enormous amount of money. This money can be spent on forensic science establishments and also our prosecution systems. Both are in a mess. Prosecution systems are in a great mess. Forensic science are another great mess. 1 year, if you please stop spending so much of money on police, police will always get money in course of time. Let that money be diverted for forensic science and prosecution. What's the good of having wonderful police force when you don't have good enough prosecutors, when you do not have adequate scientific evidence? Second point is, according to broad calculations, even if you increase the number of forensic personnel fourfold, as it is fourfold also, still it might not redeem the situation. The situation is so bad. Another interesting, important point is these FSLs are not autonomous. They're subordinated to the police department. It makes no sense. It should be independent of the police department. It should be maybe accountable to the home ministry, home department, or whatever it is, but it should not be part of the police department. Telangana has a distinction of having police officer as director of FSL for the last 5 years. That is an additional, he's holding additional charge, I am told. She's not even full-time director. So most of the FSLs are not run by professionals. They're run by police officers, which in fact, reduces the esteem of the people working there. Their morale is low. They feel there is no one to look after their interests. Another very important issue is the forensic laboratory, not only forensic laboratories, it is scattered now. You have forensic laboratories, your fingerprint bureau, then you have, what is that, quotient documents examiner, and no one to supervise them. All of them should be brought under one umbrella, as forensic sciences umbrella. We should not call it any longer forensic science laboratory. It should be called a Department of Forensic Sciences, and there should be a commissioner overseeing the functioning of all these things and bringing about better coordination. This is the situation today. Now, how do we develop this manpower? Well, I have some suggestions here. Institutions like NALSA certainly can run postgraduate courses. All central universities may be asked to run postgraduate courses in forensic sciences. Diploma or degree courses. It is possible for Government of India to do that. It doesn't take much money. In fact, Sagar University was the first university to start a course. We both studied in Sagar, both Gandhi and I. That was the first university to have a Department of Forensic Sciences. That is a central university now. Same thing can be replicated in all central universities and law institutions, centers of excellence like NALSA. Then apart from strengthening government FSLs, laboratories, my suggestion is let autonomous institutions like central universities, national laboratories also have a wing for forensic analysis. For example, we have CCMB here. They have been doing remarkable work. We have many other institutions, national laboratories out there in Hyderabad. They can also have their own forensic wings, and matters can be referred to them. It need not be all the time to the forensic science laboratories. This can be done. Then today, there is no definition of expert under the Evidence Act. Anybody can call himself an expert and go on evidence in a court of law. There should be some way of recognizing experts, notifying them as expert under the law. That is not there. The law needs to be amended. Who is an expert and who is not an expert should be. Otherwise, they both go to the court and then they question each other's credentials, waste court's time, create all kinds of problems. Well-established public sector undertakings like banks, insurance companies, professional bodies like NASCOM, these people should be asked to start their own autonomous non-profit Section 8 company, Section 8 of company law, non-profit companies to run certified forensic establishments of their own. Why should these people send everything to the forensic science laboratories? They have enough money. They can have their own institution. It can be, they can be defined as experts, and they can go to the court and give evidence. And I would request you to read a book written by Dr. His experience in the court, Dr. Lalji Singh. Dr. Lalji Singh. It's a very interesting small little booklet. My experience with the Indian judiciary, he wrote a thing, and then he said how he as a scientist, a top scientist in the country, one of the CCMB imparted directors, how he felt harassed and humiliated in a court of law when he went to give evidence. What I'm suggesting is these institutions should establish their own laboratories, their own, and then they can refer their matters to that. Particularly banks have a lot of money, insurance companies have a lot of money. Then other NASCOM, now these people have a lot of money. Let them have their own institutions and let them be recognized as forensic science institutions so that, workload can be, some of it can be shifted to them. Now, what is the future of forensic science? Forensics now, what should be done now? Most important, all these labs should be turned into forensic departments headed by a commissioner of forensic sciences in every government. And this commissioner should coordinate the activities of, fingerprint bureau, forensic science, and question documents, whatever other things are concerned. Today, that kind of, the government they should be autonomous and they should be accountable to law. Government should only have some administrative access with them, nothing more than that. They don't have, today we don't have cyber resource centers. As you said, enormous amount of money is being mulcted every day, crores of rupees. And cases are coming to the police and police said we can't do anything about it. Yes, preventive strategies are important for this. And there is no agency today to study the type of cybercrime that is taking place, how to prevent this cybercrime. There is no agency today. So we need to have a wing which deals with cyber, I call it cyber resource wing, in all these laboratories so that, they can develop this preventive strategies and assist the investigation also wherever it is required. The director of forensic science department, there should be no inbreeding in forensic science department. Assistant director become deputy director become director. No. Anybody with 20 years of experience as an expert should be able to become director of FSL. It can be advertised and the best person available can be selected. A forensic expert should be, he should do his postgraduate course, postgraduate diploma or degree course in forensic science. Then alone, he should be recognized as an expert. Necessary amendments in law should be brought in to define who is an expert in respect of forensic sciences. Those having a degree in forensic science alone should be recognized as an expert. Government should be authorized to notify a person as an expert. Today, there is no such thing. But all kinds of people go to the court and claim they are experts and waste court's time and our time. Now, forensic medicine should be organized into a separate department. I have been writing about this for a long time. Forensic medicine is not a separate department. And it's like a poor cousin of other departments in the medical services. It should be a separate department with its own hierarchy of professionals down to the divisional level. That's also very important. Most important thing is forensic science should be part of the training of the syllabi of not only police officers, but prosecutors and judicial officers also. In fact, police officers are trained in forensic science, whereas the prosecutors are not trained at all. Judicial officers, they know even less than that. It is necessary, this should be a part of your induction training. AP maybe not in all other places. 2 weeks. It will not do, sir. It requires much longer.
Sir, one more thing, sir. After your guidance, 6 full-time faculties there only in India,
Police Academy.
only in AP Police Academy.
Yeah.
Forensic medicine and forensic science, 2 weeks course for in-service police officers were introduced when Sri Anjaneya Reddy Garu was the director of AP Police Academy. That is only for the in-service refresher course. Induction training, it is a 1-year course is there. That is coming.
Sir, the induction of it's a mandatory course. After sub-inspector gets trained, it's a mandatory 15 days mandatory course. Anjaneya Reddy sir has introduced.
Magistrates and public prosecutors who have introduced it, not for magistrates.
No, Ministers also, first 3 courses we have done, sir, before going to Police Academy.
In Judicial Academy, they are conducting for the magistrates.
Other states. It's limited, whatever little being done in Andhra Pradesh.
I have only 1 or 2 points more.
Okay, maybe.
There should be a provision in law for the investigating officer or the complainant to ask for a second opinion. You should not be bound by the opinion given by the government FSL. I should be allowed, and I should be, I should have that. I can make a request. You please send it to some other laboratory, not of my choice, but something other than what is there. Yes. So, as in respect of DNA, in other identified areas, forensic evidence should be accepted as substantive evidence and not corroborative evidence only. You identify those areas where it can be substantive evidence and where written opinion can be accepted as evidence without these people going to the court and wasting their time and, they're feeling harassed also. So in what areas, written opinion of forensic science laboratory can be accepted as evidence? In what areas it can be accepted as substantive evidence and not mere corroborative evidence? This also law should be amended. There's a lot to be done in law and a lot more, so far nothing much has been done. Unless we do all that and take a comprehensive view of the whole thing, things will not improve much.
Thank you from a practitioner's experience. No, one thing that particularly attracted my attention is this public-private partnership. While we must ensure the integrity of the process and the credibility, there's no reason to believe that government should own everything. And Truth Labs actually established that. I think we are very lucky that the template is already created. And therefore, some kind of forensic regulatory authority, yes, which can maintain standards and accredit these institutions, because you can't simply go to any self-appointed expert. No court can accept that.
So, forensic scientists who hold a diploma and with an experience of 10 years in recognized labs may be encouraged to run their own establishments relating to their domain experience. Government would issue a notification recognizing them as experts. If this is done, some of the load can be
absolutely
shifted.
Thank you. Before we go to other police senior officials, Professor M. Naran Reddy, a teacher of forensic medicine, one of his namesake, K.S. Naran Reddy, wrote a textbook of forensic medicine, which my generation studied. I don't know if it's in circulation. So, Professor Naran Reddy.
Thank you, sir. First, I was contacted on 29th April 2013 by Sri K. Ratna Kishore, that Principal Secretary for Health and Family Welfare, who has to retire on the next day, seeking my assistance to control the corruption, indiscipline, and irregularity in the departments of forensic medicine and casualty departments that are dealing with the medico-legal work. I told him I was annoyed for receiving that. I asked him, when we were not doing anything, did not do anything to control these things, how can we control this after retirement? Because I retired in September 2011 and he was retiring in April 2013. Then he told his problems. That is true. Unless until the corruption in these two departments is eradication is impossible. Corruption and crime cannot be eradicated. They can only be controlled. People are not. Sir, majority are thinking that doctors are not joining forensic medicine because they are not liking the post-mortem work. That is absolutely incorrect. The reason we are not thinking is I don't want to get the bad name, stigma of being a corrupt doctor. For me, that is more dangerous than the money that I am going to get. This is happening. You take as a challenge anyone here, visit either Usmania General Hospital or Gandhi Hospital to know the medical legal work. Go to the record section and ask them to the wound certificate bulk they write. There you will get only the name of the person and the IP number, OP number, MLC number, etc. OP number, MLC number. The rest is blank. How are you going to fill up it? Whenever the police come for the wound certificate, they go to the patient who was examined on that day, get the OP ticket from him to write this. These are the wound certificates we are dealing with. Similar is the case of forensic medicine. There are many forensic medicine experts who, without even going nearer to the dead body, writing. Leave that. That has to be completed. And another thing is, there are doctors who are feeling that they are not accountable. In one case, they wrote an injury on the top of the head to convert it as actually an accidental death of sexual asphyxia, in my view. And they wrote that made two innocent persons to be implicated as accused, and they stood before the court for several. One of the that victim is here only in this gathering. I don't want to name him. This is what is happening. And other cases, how they give the opinion, the dead body was found in the lake in Madras. And after 8 days of missing, the body floated onto the surface of the water. Immediately, the Madras High Court, 3-member bench, constituted 3 doctors, one from the head of the departments of 2 government medical colleges and 1 from the private medical colleges, to conduct the postmortem examination. And the investigation itself was transferred to CBI. First, CBI Madras person, the Joint Commissioner of Police, he recorded the statement of the team leader. He said that after the death, the body was kept outside for 1 day. Afterwards, it was brought and thrown into the water. It was a cutthroat injury. And next, the case was transferred to Delhi branch of CBI. There, when the DSP was conducting, he said that he was sitting on the bank of that water and he slit his neck like this and fell into the water. If it slips, the windpipe is non-collapsible tube. Immediately the water must enter. It was not there. And earlier statement, it was there outside. How could it come and jump into the water after death? This is all because of non-accountability, not because of absence of the knowledge. In another case in Delhi, the door was bolted from inside. The girl was sleeping position like this. There is a ligature mark here with the charger wire. The portion that is connected to the electric board is tied to the leg of the table on the head side. It is at a lower position. The mark is clear. There, the doctor said that it is a hanging suicide. One need not know the subject. What is meant by hanging? There must be something tied in this, and how. In the same case, there were seminal stains, and again, if it is a suicide, how could she cover the lower portion with one blanket and the upper portion with another blanket after death? Suicidal hanging. It is all due to non-accountability. And another expert said, he was a giant director of Regional Forensic Science Laboratory attached to the Forensic Department of Bhopal Government Medical College. There he said that the semen that was present due to the previous intercourses that came out after death and stained not only the underwear, but also both the blankets. Okay, I can agree. It won't come out because vagina doesn't have the contracting walls on it through eject out. And how can the same semen stain the bedsheet here, which was on the upper part of the body? These are all going. And these are the things, yes. And why I obtained the information from the KNR University of Health Sciences regarding how many doctors have registered to do the PG course in forensic medicine during the academic years 1667, 16, 17, 17, 18, and 18, 19. So here, for all the 3 years together in Kakatiya Medical College at the time, 9 seats were there, 3 per annum. not a single candidate registered. In 2 private medical colleges, nobody registered. In Gandhi Medical College, 5 into 3, for 15 seats, only 1 candidate come. And in Usmania, 10 into 3, 30, only 9 candidates joined during this period. Why they did not join? Not due to not liking. They don't want to get the stigma. Another stigma that we are getting is we are selling the dead bodies to the private medical colleges to make money. Who is responsible for it? Everybody that comes to the mortuary and leaves the mortuary must be monitored by the civil surgeon, resident medical officer, RMO we call. If that is maintained, not a single body can leave the mortuary unaccountably. And now, earlier, the body's rate was fixed 15,000 per body. At that time, when I was 10 years, 2 months as head of the Department of Forensic Medicine at Usmania, I verified the rule position. When it was the duty of the RMO, I said that entire money must go to the hospital because we are selling the destitute bodies. These are not unknown bodies, sir. These are unclaimed bodies. The poor people who bring their relatives for treatment in the Usmania General Hospital or Gandhi Hospital, not having the money to take them, they live there and go. And even they won't inform, they run away. That is what is happening. And I told them, each paisa must go to the care of the poor people because the government hospitals are visited only the poor and the poorest of the poor. By that, during my period, the Usmania General Hospital got 3 crores 45 lakhs for the patient care. Now, with 16th January 2015, the government of Telangana fixed the rate of the dead body as 60,000. And organs of the dead body which are not to be sold. It is against the organ trade, illegal organ trade. Government itself promoted 5,000 rupees per organ. These are going unchecked. I am telling this bluntly because the chief secretary's job is here. Taking this.
Thank you.
Sir, then how to solve some problems, sir? Forensic medicine, casualty is part of the forensic medicine. If I am allowed to claim that I am a professor of forensic medicine of Usmania Medical College and Usmania General Hospital, and also the chief casualty medical officer, I will join because I want an apron and a stethoscope. Very simple to solve the question, sir. But the problem is this end. And another thing, I don't want to add anything to our senior and my well-wisher, Anjaneyya Reddy Garu said, that there must be supervision on our work and there must be solved why we are not joining, and corrupt people must be punished in time. In the departmental inquiry, the rule positions are 1 minute only. Departmental rules are clear that they say that whenever there is a complaint against the government officer, if the number of witnesses to be examined, number of records to be verified are 10 or less than 10, the inquiry must be completed within 3 months. After receiving the inquiry report, the competent authority must pass the final order within 6 months. But they are pending for years, even after retirement. If these things are very simple, sir, we can improve, and we have to attract the youngsters into our branches. Then only, if we do not bring the proper vegetables, decomposed vegetables and rotten all the things, and you give to your family members to prepare a good food, it is impossible. That is what is actually happening from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, Gujarat to Assam పైన ఇంకోటి ఉంది సార్, నాగాలాండ్ కాదండి, చైనా, అరుణాచల్ ప్రదేశ్. ది సేమ్ is the situation, and improving the forensic medicine services, medico-legal services, both in the casualty and this. And you are all talking about how to improve the forensic science services. I am the collector of the evidence to send it for them to analysis. If I don't know how to collect, how to preserve, how are you going to expect this? And for DNA fingerprinting, how to collect, how to preserve, I don't know. Then how are you going to expect it? Earlier rule was, in 1960 issued by the combined state of Andhra Pradesh. Any material that is preserved for chemical analysis or any laboratory analysis that must reach within 24 hours the laboratory, excluding the time included for needed for transportation. Existing rules, if we insist from them to be implemented, then they can do it.
Thank
And
you.
everything
Thank you,
can
Dr.
be-
Narayan. That's, I think 2 points emerge from his presentation. One is, how do we attract young doctors into forensic medicine specialization? It's a challenge in a country which is underserved in terms of medical care. And the second is the point made by Mr. Anjareddy and many others. Expertise is not enough. Independence, accountability, regulation, and adequate safeguards, because we're dealing with life or death issues. May I now request Sri Kamal Kumar to make his points.
Thank you, Jayaprakash. Now, I must say right at the outset, like what my esteemed senior, Mr. Ram Mohan Rao said, I also got an entry into this panel through the trapdoor entry. Someone didn't turn up and I was asked to substitute. Anyway, so that is that. Another point, like what Mr. Ram Mohan mentioned, was about the contradictions that we have in this Indian society or Indian scenario. Like in Delhi, you have quoted, sir, the most sophisticated airports and bullock carts, they're coexisting almost side by side. So that kind of a scenario, when you were talking, came to my mind in the context of forensic science. The context was, when I was the director of the National Institute of Criminology and Forensic Science, there was some function relating to forensic science in Lucknow, and some press fellows, media, they contacted me and said, sir, tell me, all these lectures and speeches apart, tell me your own opinion, frankly, about what is the status, ground status of forensic science in India. I said, we are among the best and we are among the worst. He started laughing. So he said, how, sir? So I said, we are among the best because just then Rajiv Gandhi assassination case has taken place, and a large number of people were convicted with death sentence and so on and so forth, and it was all largely on the basis of forensic evidence, right? So if you cite that kind of a case anywhere in the world, they would say India is the best country as far as the use of forensic science in crime investigation is concerned. Then how come we are the worst? I said we are the worst because we recently conducted a survey and we found that we have only 3.81% of criminal cases that are referred to state forensic science laboratories. And that includes not just state forensic science laboratories cases, but also the cases that are referred to the fingerprint bureaus. In fact, the larger number, 2.78% or something, my memory doesn't, not that strong now, pertain to the FPB cases, fingerprint bureau cases. So very few cases are really referred to the forensic science thing. Now, Jayaprakash mentioned about the number, the percentage having increased to 10 now. I don't know, but I have my doubts. I don't know if there is a survey of the kind that I got conducted in the year 1997 or 98 during my NICFS days. That was the survey which I got conducted under my personal supervision. And it was 3.8%, 3.78%. So that is the kind of a thing. Now the question, this seminar about effective utilization of forensic science to promote rule of law or to ensure rule of law, inclusive justice and that kind of a thing. I have, in the course of my 35 years of service and now 17 years of my retirement, I have come across or I have attended umpteen number of seminars like this, n numbers of seminars like this. The issue is, why this seminar then? In this context, I would like to quote what Justice Malimat said in his report. And in Justice Malimat, in his report on criminal justice reforms, he has said, he had quoted, in fact, some French thinker saying, everything has been said already, but as no one listens, we must always begin again. So the attempt today on the part of Dr. Gandhi and Professor Vice Chancellor of NALSAR is to again remind people that this is an important thing and therefore you have to think about it. Now, the question is, why is such a low kind of utilization level in forensic science, in crime investigation for forensic science? Now, as I said, the current level is only 3.81%. Now, the causes of inadequate use or utilization have to be very carefully analyzed and have also to be very sincerely addressed. Now, the early, easily traceable causes could be inadequate forensic science facilities in states in terms of ill-equipped, the laboratories that are there, they are ill-equipped and they are ill-staffed and that kind of a thing. There is inadequacy of equipment in terms of not availability or non-availability of all the required or requisite equipment, because they are, after all, very costly equipment, some of them, most of them, in fact. There is also the question of non-utilization on account non-utilization of the existing equipment because of certain problems. I'll just come to it in a minute. Then another important cause for inadequate use of forensic science is inordinate delays in forensic analysis of cases, which serves as a disincentive for investigating officers to refer cases to forensic laboratories. Inadequate knowledge and awareness about forensic science among investigating officers is another very, very important cause. And then finally, I would say lack of coordination on a day-to-day basis between the police and the forensic science staff. That has been a very major problem. Coming to facilities of forensic science, the current status is, and I'm talking of some report which pertains to 2021, it said that there are now 37 forensic science laboratories with the states today. They're supposed to be, they're called as state forensic science laboratories, but obviously, as in the case of law universities, there are some states which have more than one state forensic science laboratory. So there are 37 of them. And there are 7 central forensic science laboratories in the country, and there are 29 fingerprint bureaus. This is, in addition to this, we have about 80 odd regional forensic science laboratories and about 450 or so number of the so-called mobile or district forensic science laboratories, as against 800 and odd police districts in the country. So that is the scenario. Sir, police districts are 809 or something, sir. 809, sir. So that is the situation. Obviously, these numbers are too grossly inadequate for the country's size and the volume of crime that the country has. After all, in the same year 2021, we have had 35 lakh IPC cases and more than 20 lakh cases of special and local laws of the country. Now, there's a big gap. Truth Labs is obviously a very pioneering initiative, which is obviously trying to seeking to fill the gap in a big way. But whatever they are doing or whatever their achievements, their contribution is just about a drop in the ocean. So that we have to realize. Now, coming to the manpower, sanction strength in government laboratories, as Jayaprakash mentioned, is just about 4,500 personnel. Not all of them are scientists. There's just about 3,000 scientists, and the rest are support staff. So that is that. Among this sanction strength, there is 40% vacancy. 40% posts are vacant. So imagine the numbers that are available. Now, the forensic scientist population ratio, I mean, it's popular nowadays to relate everything to population and working out ratios. judges population ratio, police population ratio, doctor population ratio, and so on. So similarly, I try to do this forensic science population ratio, forensic scientist population ratio. It works out to hold your breath. It works out to a paltry 0.33% per lakh of population. 0.33. That is for 3 lakh of population, you have one forensic scientist. So that is the scenario. And as against this, the situation in advanced countries is that they have 20 to 25 per lakh, per 100,000 population forensic scientists. So that is the scenario. And mind you, ladies and gentlemen, India is no longer a poor country. We are all heading to become, or at least trying to become and claiming to become, an advanced country ourselves. So that is the comparison. Now, the available laboratories, they are ill-equipped, as I mentioned. Non-availability of essential equipment is one aspect of it, and non-availability of funds for annual maintenance contracts of the available equipment, and availability of procurability of consumables is just not there in most of the cases. Why? Because most of this equipment has been purchased by the state laboratories under the Modernization of Police Forces Grant Scheme, and the scheme envisages that they can only the money can be only spent on capital items and not on consumables, etc. The states are supposed to provide for that, but the states do not bother about it. They don't have funds, they would say. So that is the kind of a thing. Yet another cause, because I'm talking about causes that are leading to, such low application of, low level of application of forensic science. One of the important causes is lack of updation of scientific knowledge and skills of forensic scientists themselves. After all, they are scientists, they have science degrees and all, but science is a highly evolving, highly everyday evolving kind of a subject. So there has to be regular updation of their knowledge and skills, and that's not possible. That's not possible because of two reasons. One is their own shortages of manpower, because if they go away for training, who will do the day-to-day work? Secondly, lack of training infrastructure in the country. When in NICFS, of course, now it's no longer NICFS, it's part of now National Forensic Science University, is just about one institution at the national level, and states do not have most of the, I don't know of any state which has a forensic science training institution. So that is the kind of scenario. Now, delays in analysis of cases, as I mentioned, is one of the very important reasons, and it's a disincentive for IOs to refer cases to forensic science laboratories. The estimated pendency, as Jayaprakash mentioned, is 7 to 8 lakh cases. Again, 2021 statistics. Even with so low level of referral of cases, this is the kind of scenario that we have. Now, non-availability of scientific investigation kits in police stations is yet another very important factor. I remember, as a probationer in the year of the Lord 1971, we were given those investigation kits to see that they would be available in your police stations. And when I came to a progressive state like Andhra Pradesh and went to the police station, they were available. You know, they were briefcases in which all those small little items, these were all there. But today, leave aside Andhra Pradesh, which is a progressive state, and therefore things are much, much better here. You go to any other state, you hardly find this kind of investigation kits available in police stations, when number of investigation kits and the items in investigation kits have multiplied manyfold since then. Now, I'm very sorry for painting a very dismal and a very dark picture about the whole scenario, but I thought realities have to be faced, and therefore we must talk about them. Now, interestingly, all these ills that the forensic science sector suffers from have been identified from time to time in this country by high-level expert committees appointed by the government themselves, starting with the National Police Commission. You had the Rebaro Committee on Police Reform, you had Padmanabhaya Committee on Police Reform, you had the Administrative Reforms Commission, in which Jayaprakash himself was a member, you had the, and so many, so on and so forth. There's no need to. There was the Model Police Act of 2006, Soli Sorabji Committee Act. I was a member of the committee. And, that gives a long list of things to be done and so on. Malimat Committee, yes, Malimat Committee has devoted quite a lot of its space on that. Now, there have been very valuable recommendations that have been made, but implementation has been to say in the best possible manner, I would say it has been very half-hearted implementation. So that is that. The question is, or the issue is that the problems are not all that insurmountable. Problems can be solved and solutions are not far to seek. We can always find them. For example, to meet with the shortage of forensic scientists, 80 odd universities and colleges in the country are churning out hundreds, if not thousands, of forensic science students every year with PG and UG and PG degrees in forensic science. Only a minuscule percentage or fraction among them get to join the forensic science profession. They join elsewhere, even as clerks and so on and so forth. So what use of increasing the number of universities and all that? The need is to modify the recruitment rules for the posts of forensic scientists, not just the posts of forensic scientists, but in allied organizations like the police, like judiciary, like prosecution. You give some kind of weightage to these people so that more and more of them can be absorbed, number one. And number two, and more importantly, their knowledge and skills can be gainfully utilized by the system. There is there's a lot of money being, granted by the government of India, and there have been matching grants by the state governments under the modernization of police forces schemes, in which forensic science is one of the 4 most important pillars, right? A lot of money is available, but much of it goes unspent because, the sanctions will be given at the last minute, and there would not be enough time for following all the procedure and all that. So what is needed is to ensure timely utilization of that money and efficacious utilization of that money. The money should not be wasted. I wouldn't like to waste your time, but I would like to just give one example. When I came back to the state after serving a tenure with Government of India, I think I'm talking of early 2000s and all that, I was handed over by the DYSP stores of our police headquarters a very sophisticated cell phone. So I said, Baba, why are you giving such a costly cell phone to me? I am a very poor technology handler, and I would need a dabba kind of a phone. That would be enough. He says, no, sir, a modernization grant mein aaya hai, and everyone is getting this. Even sub-inspectors have got this. Now, this is not efficacious utilization of the same MPF grants. So that is the thing. Now, and also the grants need to be enhanced many fold if we really have to take care. Then amendment of rules, as I said, not just for recruitment of forensic science personnel, but also for, this annual maintenance contract thing or consumable things. There's no point in Government of India, sticking to their stand that, no, you can't spend that money on, day-to-day expenditure, revenue expenditure. It can be spent only on capital items and so on. So that is the kind of a thing. Now, what is needed is very sincere and assiduous efforts to promote forensic science culture in the functioning of the police organization, the judicial services, and the prosecution, so that, more and more demand would be raised for forensic science and need for much more coordination between all the wings. So for all this, imaginative initiatives will be called for. Thank you very much for a very patient hearing.
Thank you, Kamal Kumar Saab, for your presentation with rich evidence and statistics. A reformer must have infinite patience, as Mahatma Gandhi said. None of the problems listed here is insurmountable. I'm absolutely certain about it. Yes, it takes some doing. If Andhra Pradesh under Mr. Anjana Reddy could build an excellent police training institute, if AP and Telangana are now in the forefront of forensic science laboratories in the country, I don't see why other states cannot do. This is not part of some other continent. So yes, there are challenges, but I believe we can overcome. Now, if the two chief justices and the governor and the vice chancellor approve, indulge me for 5 minutes. Let's give the kids a chance for 5 minutes, 3 questions. Then I'll request Mr. Umapati to sum up and then propose a very brief vote of thanks without mentioning any names. Okay. Shoot, here is a chance. You won't have a chance of chief justices and governors and others listening to you. Come on. Okay, yes, please.
Hello. Thank you so much, sir, for this opportunity. Very quickly, so I am at Project 39A, which is a criminal justice initiative based out of National Law University, Delhi. And until very recently, Professor Rao was under his stewardship, we were doing a project on forensics where we surveyed the forensic science laboratories in the country. And it's from that experience that I address the gathering here. And I'd firstly like to say that amongst the many things that we've observed, having collected a lot of quantitative information from the labs about their budget and funding, precisely about their what is their case pendency right now, the recruitment. So we have all of that numbers. But along with that, what we also did as part of our survey, we went and visited the labs and actually interacted with the scientists to understand from them what are their daily challenges. And much of what has been said, I don't want to reiterate, but one major point that I just wanted to say in my 2 minutes was, I think that what we need to recognize first and foremost in terms of understanding all of these administrative and functional challenges is the fact that what the direct impact that has is on the quality of forensic science services. And what we probably need to inject into this discussion about the pendency in our labs or the vacancy in our labs or the lack of infrastructure is the fact that why this needs to be corrected is because it is having an impact on the quality of every single case that is being processed by the labs. And that is something that all of the scientists unanimously agreed with. And that's the concern that they wanted to raise. So the point that I just want to make is that possibly us as to think about solutions towards this. One is obviously having a good regulator. The second, I think, is also where us as legal practitioners, both as lawyers as well as judges, if we were to find out and create clear standards that forensics, that every single type of forensic science discipline has to follow, and what it means to do correct quality control and quality assurance, which is something that is now coming out in many of the Supreme Court decisions, and very recently last year as well, the court saying that even in cases of DNA profiling, we have to ensure the strict adherence to quality control and quality assurance, and only then should that evidence be reliable and should be relied upon by judges. I think that is the effect that we need to trigger the conversation in the labs and by the regulators of the labs to ensure that the top standards are met. So that was my brief intervention.
Thank you, Sharja. Okay, any quick questions, anybody? Yes. Justice Chandra Garu, the chairman of the
corruption and crime cannot be eradicated but controlled, correct? Now there are, what you have referred to is the conduct rules. Other than the conduct rules, who violate the rules, against whom the disciplinary action can be initiated. What do you suggest the other methods for making the doctors to be accountable?
It's a short note, not an essay question.
Yes, sir.
And youngsters, if you're ready with 1 or 2 questions, yes, please.
Sir, it is local monitoring system in the institution based that controls the corruption to the maximum extent, indiscipline and indifferent attitude. The going up, that is different. But initially this system is introduced, corruption will control. And I can say that with my personal experience, when I was for 5 years, 1 month as a head of the department, The corruption rate had come almost negligible to in my department at Usmania, because we had a regulatory systems, information system. My system was don't block the information from whichever source it comes. It may be from an attender or a news reporter. Without revealing, enquire it, control it. Once they come to know, it will go to the notice of the head, then they themselves control, sir. It is not a difficult thing.
So in short, pick the right leaders, give them autonomy. Okay. Youngsters, no curiosity or you're too hungry? The elders should complain. 5 seconds. Okay, to Mr. Umapati. Mr. Umapati for a quick
brief-
summary
yeah,
and a one-line vote of thanks.
Okay, sir. And these, I think we have summed up, Honorable Chair, and then the other esteemed speakers. We have summed up the whole process, saying that there are process difficulties, there are expert opinion amendments that is required. In the expert amendment required, already 293 CRPC says who are all the experts. Section 45 says what is expert opinion. Section 65B says what is the electronic evidence. Section 65B clause 4 says how to validate the electronic evidence. And there are set now new POCSO rules say who are all the other experts. And Juvenile Justice Act says who are all other experts. But these experts are not brought into Section 293 CRPC. So why this, one of our Anjana Reddy sir said, these are all so many experts, but they're not brought into 293 CRPC. They're all into different acts, they're different experts, but they're not brought into under one umbrella. So that's one important point that has come, sir. A second important point is annual maintenance contract. And it's a small money, AMC and a regular maintenance. If that is what is called all or none law. If I want to walk, I should walk. If I still want to gain weight, let me not walk. So I'll gain weight. So that's called all or none law. And then let us have that small AMC tailored for 5 years into the system, so that annual maintenance contract and the regular consumables like DNA kits, consumables. Now that the law is amended under Section 173 1A, saying that within 2 months you have to investigate the case, and 309 it says speedy trial, and already POCSO Act says speedy trial. And now the 2018 amendment says within 2 months you have to complete this, 2 months trial of not 309, and even High Court has to dispose of within 6 months. All these timelines have come in this last 2 amendments, major amendments. But these timelines also correlate with the forensic evidence. This 2 months evidence gathering is also correlates with forensic evidence. So that's also another very important point that has come here. The another important point that has been brought out here by our Honorable President of the Bar Association is that the forensic auditing, the need for multidisciplinary teams. It's a forensic audit, it's a big domain. Suppose, for example, if you take Telangana, the whole property lost in theft is not more than 800 crores, but the kind of the defrauding of banks, etc., is more than 8,000 crores. So the percentage wise, the white collar crime has become a big jump, but our 415 definition has not changed. 420 definition are not changed, but we have other multi-level marketing, so many other things have come up. And now our IOs are all confused because the main acts, the basic act, IPC, CRPC, Evidence Act are Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva for our police officers. But if you say you want to have Subramanya, you want to have Ganapati, you want to have all other acts, our people are not willing to understand the nitty-gritty of those acts. So let 415 IPC be changed. Let 420 be elaborated to bring in lot of other these new types of financial frauds which have been played. Only then the police officer will investigate. Let me tell you, sir, if you say, I've got AP Depositors Act, I've got another act, I've got multi-level marketing act, I have this act, that act, this act. So many acts is confused because I deal every day with training. I'm a trainer. So I feel that basic law should be amended. Basic 293 it should be amended. I put all the experts into one go in the 293 and put all this evidence, substantive evidence. Yes, now the High Court of Andhra Pradesh, on the combined states, have given, whenever an expert comes, his record, evidence should be recorded by the lower court. That was a very good thing. Later on, our experts were going, their evidence was recorded the first time. So when official evidence has to be recorded, let it be recorded very first time. So these kind of things that will facilitate people. And another last point that has come up in this is that the chain of custody, how important it is, how to preserve, how to take care of all the samples. And finally, all wings one commissioner. I think like Germany, I was timed with the Bavarian police. In Bavarian police, they have all wings are one commissioner, and their courts start at 7:30 a.m. In Germany, the court start. We went to one court at 7:30 a.m. The first case was heard, and 7:30 a.m. to 4 p.m. India, we start the courts at 10:30. So you say that so much pendency is there, but we start the courts very late. So you want Abba and Abba Kavali, Buva Kavali. That means we want my grand Abba also should be there, Buva should be there. We can't have both of them together. So that's what it is. That's my point. Not that said, let us start the court at least 9:30 a.m. If you start at 9:30 a.m., perhaps a lot of cases can be heard, and lot of leverage, like FOXO Act, it says no leverage can be given to the defense counsel. He has to give the questions to the judge, and judge would say that this question is admissible, non-admissible. Maybe it's under the 113A or 53A IPC, or say 151 or 152 Evidence Act. He would look into that. So that kind of thing has come. And finally, government should be authorized to announce who are all experts. So that will come only by amendment to CRPC. So thank you, sir. I've not more than 2 minutes, 20 seconds. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I don't think any formal vote of thanks is required. Thank you, everybody, particularly the patient, young people, except that I'm disappointed that you're not participating in the discussion. Either you are bamboozled by your teachers and the vice chancellor. He must have put in the fear of God into you, but a little more of participation and thought that's necessary. I wish you all the very best. Let's now adjourn for lunch. Thank you.